More than 200 years ago, there was a powerful necromancer. As powerful as he became egotistical and prideful. As we all know, pride goeth before a fall. Modern day. The necromancer was out for a walk one night. While crossing the road, a man bumped him with his shoulder, and he did not apologize. The necromancer would not let this stand. The necromancer turned, ready to curse the rude pedestrian. But he wasn't paying attention, so he didn't notice the truck barreling towards him. All that power, undone by a truck. When the necromancer awoke, he was sitting before a goddess. He introduced herself as Nyx, the goddess that would decide where the necromancer would go for his next life. Oh, so I get to go to some amazing isekai world? The necromancer asked.
No, I've decided you'll return until you've learned some humility. I pray you learn from this lesson.
Little did he know she'd send him back. In his already dead body. I will admit, it's kind of comfy. I don't care if I have to raise like a whole horde of like zombies. Every time I wake up in the morning, I look over to the side and I go, honey, I feel an evil presence. And then she turns and looks at me. I'm like, oh, there it is. Sorry. Good morning, honey.
Attacking a woman.
I've got ectoplasm all up my crack. That's my cousin! Tay-Tay!
It's alright. Hey.
There we go. Everyone come to the BJ store. This will attract customers.
The wind tune. Something's off.
Yeah,
Let's go
I
in and
farted.
take a look.
Meat, dog. We have meat.
I can tell you and I are going to get along just like fire hoses.
And I bet you can do some things with a fire hose, can't you?
God damn it. Fucking damn it, guys. That's hilarious.
Hello, boners. How's everyone doing tonight? Oops. You need to have my reactives on. And they're on. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm here with Mags.
Greetings.
We're gonna do some gaming about or gabbing about gaming. Gaming about gabbing.
Gaming about Gabby. Well, you know, I could gab about Gabby, but you know, like last I heard, she doesn't like me so well.
As long as it's not Jesse's mom, she's got it going on.
That's what I've heard. I can neither confirm nor deny that.
Yeah, we're going to be watching some World of Darkness videos, reacting to it, and having commentary. Past experiences, stuff like that. You know, the good stuff. The good stuff.
Fun stuff. Yep.
I mean, between the two of us, we have probably like decades of experience in running and playing in World of Darkness, so...
Yeah,
if you have questions, hit us up in chat.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And, you know, this video is by Burger Krieg. He is I don't want to say a friend of mine, but he's somebody I've interacted with quite a bit online. And he's pretty, I enjoy his humor. I'll just say that. I enjoy his humor.
I like his accent. I don't know why. I've always loved the British accent.
Well, he's from Germany, so I think it's a German accent you're hearing.
Is it?
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe I'm just off. Holy shit. It really it sounds British to me.
Well, that's why when I was making Ragnar for Aesop's game, I was like, I'll do a British accent. That'll be a German accent. That'll be my little nod to Burger Krieg. I didn't get to actually do the accent all that much, but you know. I
mean, I gotta be honest. If I was going specific, I really like Cockney. I know it's considered like uncultured, but I don't know. I find it attractive. I'm like, that's cool.
I know.
These fucking daddies. All right, let's get into it.
All right.
You're thinking.
Wait, I forgot to read the title. Hold on. Mages Deny Reality. Mage Ascension Player Lore. There we
Okay,
go.
how can I support the content you make? You can do the Patreon thing. The link is in the description. But also, probably more so, you think, Burger, did you
It does sound a bit British. I've got to say it. I don't know. I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if
I've
he's moved
heard-
around a bit.
Right. I've heard German accents before. Maybe it was just because they were too thick. Maybe he's just a little lighter on it. I don't know. Like thick German accents, I was like, oh, God, I could barely understand you. Almost like listening to a Scotsman.
become a World of Darkness lore channel? Is that what's happening here? No, I haven't. And I am in fact working on some like more political and philosophical type stuff. However, I have been hyperfixated on Mage the Ascension lore recently, and with the overwhelming, immense success of my Vampire the Masquerade's clan video, I figured, you know, I'd do the thing that is the most requested video for me to do now. Anyway,
I just
Mage,
realized
what is...
he looks like an old friend of mine. Oh, well, a younger version of an old friend of mine. We we used to hang out all the time. We were roommates in college, and he was the one I told you about. He was a theology major, and he had a shrine to Thor in our place.
Oh yeah.
This guy looks just like him, except like a young version. Like they would look, people would think that they were related if they saw them near each other.
I've never met him, so I'll just have to take your word for it.
Oh, I know. But it's just funny. The storyteller made the horrible mistake of allowing him to play as Samedi while I was already playing as Samedi.
Nice.
And the reason was A, he's heard the stories and he really wanted to play one after hearing me play one, and B, because he didn't have a very open schedule, so he wasn't going to be at game very often anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But when we worked together, we were like absolute terror. So, of course, my Samedi was named Bones, and he named his Samedi Rotten Bob.
Rotten Bob, nice. It fits.
Oh, we had so much fun just ripping on people. It was great.
Is it? Why is it? And what does it have to do with vampires? Well, in many ways, Mage is vampire's nerdier cousin. I'm speaking like in a context here where Vampire and all the other World of Darkness games sort of represent various different tropes from classic turn of the millennium high school culture.
When I played a vampire, we were always told, don't piss off the mages.
You know, werewolf is the outdoorsy kid,
Yeah.
Wraith is the gloomy goth kid, and Changeling is the kid with schizophrenia. And because I know I have a lot of Vampire the Masquerade fans in the audience, I will be sort of drawing parallels to like help you explain, get an easier grasp of the universe, because they are in the same universe. But even though that's the case, I must warn you that very few, if any at all, concepts that we talk about in Mage are like directly related or parallel or can easily translate
let's not
to
include the Tremere in that
Vampire the
discussion then.
Masquerade. So first off, what is a mage
Right.
and what makes them special? Well, mages are woke. They are in fact so woke that they realize that not only is gender a social construct, everything else is too. In a metaphysical sense, mages are regular-ish, human-ish people who have realized a fundamental truth.
The issue's important.
Reality is bullshit. It's made up. It's a matter of personal preference. You can just reject it and substitute your own. It's about living your truth in a very literal sense, because if you
I can't help but feel like he's
believe
talking to a
something
sock.
hard enough, it just is.
Oh, well, this
sets
is
mages
before,
apart from other supernatural
this is before
beings
he
in
got
the
his
world of
fancy mic,
darkness
so
in
he
some
had
major
to put a
ways.
sock
For
over his
instance, you
old
have
mic
the vampiric
to cut
disciplines
down
and
pop
the
filter and
equivalents
stuff.
thereof in the various
Well, yeah, I
other
figured.
games that provide certain very
When I was queuing up the video, I
specifically worded
explained it to my
powers
daughter,
that
so.
vampires have access to. For instance,
It's funny to look at.
Celerity 2. Power Fleetness says the vampire can add their celerity to non-combat dexterity checks. We have the Obfuscate 1-dot power, Cloak of Shadows, remain hidden so long as you do not move. Mages have no such limitations. Their abilities come from the mastery, and I use this word in a very holistic sense, of the 9 spheres of magic. And within those spheres, in any combination thereof, you can just say what effect you want to achieve, and then it happens. Now, this does have some actual limitations. They just...
I gotta be honest. I think that was one of my biggest hang-ups on not getting into Mage, was it was too vague for me. I like it when there is set boundary rules,
they're
written down.
Let me just interject there and reassure you. As much freedom as there is in Mage, there's even more restriction to it, because you have all this freedom, but only because you're used to playing stuff like vampires and werewolves and what have you, where your powers are defined. It's like potence is potence. Potence is not, fortitude, for example. But you're still very much bound within those confines of, you can do this because it's tied to this, and this is how much of this you can do. And that's what makes it really fun. What sold Mage to me as a game was, I was talking to one of my guys at a Vampire LARP once, and he was like, I was like you, I was like, I don't get Mage, it's too esoteric, it's too out there, whatever, right? And then he was like, imagine if you had the power of God. And I was like, okay. And they're like, now, but distill that down, because you can't handle all that power at once. You'll explode because you won't be human anymore. So I'm going to give you these 9 magical keys, and depending on which ones you choose to use is how much of that power you can channel at once. And I was like, wow, okay. So it's I can literally do anything. It's well, within reason, but yes, you can literally do anything. There are restrictions based on what you can basically physically and metaphysically, in the sense of it's World of Darkness. There's Umbra stuff too, can handle. So it's possible for you to do stuff let's just say something basic like casting a fireball, right? And be well, I want to really toast this motherfucker. And it's okay, well, roll your dice or make your challenge, whatever. Let's say you're winning or you're losing, depending. And it's no, but I really want to toast this fucker. And it's okay, well, here's the trade-off. You can get the effect you want, but at the exchange of gaining paradox, or what I like to do, from a roleplay narrative, burning your actual health levels to inflict permanent, non-soakable ag to somebody, because non-soakable ag is pretty deadly.
Yeah,
and it really hits on that aspect of, it's you're exercising your will over something or someone else, and it's I don't know, it really ticks a very nice niche in my head.
Well, I was wondering. I think the reason is rotes and stuff like that. I mean, if it's not from the book, and you're making up rotes or going from things, and you're saying basically, I have this and this. Will this work? Anything that's vague and left up to the storyteller to make the final call, it makes me hesitant, because I've been at odds with so many storytellers in the past, especially at least in the areas I've played. A lot of games were very cliquish, and storytellers were known. In fact, there has been a lot of issues with other games, not just World of Darkness, with cliquish storyteller, favoring their buddies over the other players. Yeah, it ends up fucking killing their game, and they're like, why? I don't understand. Well, but that's why I'm hesitant. If it's defined, if it's clear, if it has boundaries and stuff, and the storyteller can't argue with it because it's right there in black and white, then it's a lot easier to interact with than having a vagary up to a storyteller who doesn't like me to go, no, you can't do it. That guy can, but you can't. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, yeah, I understand where we're going from. The only thing I can tell you is, I mean, and speaking from my own experience as well, there's a lot of shitty storytellers out there. There's a lot of people who probably shouldn't be storytellers because they don't know how to properly handle social dynamics. I'll just leave that generic like that. Now that having been said, when it comes to the mechanics of the game, it's very direct, but also very vague as far as what you can do, because part of the fun of the game is the mage coming up with rotes, aka powers or spells, to be blunt, that fit into their paradigm, because their paradigm is the most important thing. Because like if you want to be something like a death mage, which would be Euthanatos or a Yashtavana, I think that's their new name, Yashtavana, but Euthanatos, they're the death mages. Well, no two death mages are the same, and that's where the beauty of the system comes from. It's like, just because you want to do stuff like raise skeletons and have an army of undead, doesn't mean that you're the same as like some cab driver who calls on spirits to punish people who don't tip correctly on cab fare or whatever. I think that's the beautiful thing about the game, because it's diverse enough to give you these different angles where you can go into, and it doesn't pigeonhole you. Because I went through a phase where I played vampire every single day after school when I was in high school. And it was so boring. And I say this with love because I love vampire, but it was so boring where it's like anytime somebody rolled up a new character, it's like, let me guess, you're getting potence, you're getting celerity, you're getting presence, right? Let me guess, you're a Bruja. Yeah, that's like, all right. Well, it was like there was no spark of creativity with character creation because of that.
Yeah, I mean, with like a vampire game, I got to the point where I could make a character sheet without even looking at the book.
Yeah, exactly. And I thought that was a problem. Anyways.
But I only played like once a week, sometimes, once every 2 weeks. So it wasn't like that regular. And when I played, I always had this like fear of missing out type shit. I didn't want to miss out on XP or plot or anything. So it was like the end all be all. I had to make it to game. I've had cars break down and me finding a way to get a ride to the games. Like it always felt like you'd fall so far behind if you missed one game because of the XP loss and shit.
Yeah, it's true, especially when you get to like the higher level powers and power scaling of experience. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I was in a lot of games that were like years long, like stories. So when you're up there and you're competing with other people who are of the basically on the same level with you, it's important to know everything that's going on, because they will not hesitate to take advantage of the fact that you're not here. So yeah, I always had that feeling. It was only in recent years when my health got bad and stuff that I was not regular in games. Eventually I dropped off. I stopped gaming when I had my surgery to have my spinal cord stimulator implanted. I missed a lot of time from game and then just didn't have the desire to go back.
Yeah, not to sound like a jackass, which is understandable, because it's like your physical health has to come first.
Well, I had just moved to this area, and I tried getting into the local game, and I didn't know any of the people there. And like a lot of games, it was very cliquish, so I felt like I was going there, and I gave it a while. Don't get me wrong, I gave it a while to try to grow relationships, because I knew that no one's going to trust me right off the bat. But after a few games of me driving out here and then sitting around on my ass all night, because the storytellers were always taken with the people that were always there, and the new guys like sitting here going, there's no one here for me to interact with, and there's no storytellers for me to run a scene with. I'm bored out of my mind. I'm not doing this no more.
Oh my god, that reminds me of something else. There was like the last. Okay, because I played at many different LARPs, right? But before I I'll say gave up being a player, and I say that with air quotes. And I was like, I'm not going to play games anymore. I'm just going to run games, because I had a group of people that were going to show up, and they were supposed to be I'm gonna reference them. I'm not gonna say the word, but I will say we were a group of mortals that had Romani blood, and I'm pretty sure you know what.
Yep.
Okay. So we were going to be a group of those because at the time that was a type of character you could play, in the World of Darkness. Is it distasteful? I'm not going to comment on that because this was in the 90s, so it was a different time then.
I always thought those were like my favorite characters. In fact, my friend Father Mac. Yeah. My friend Father Mac loved playing those characters too. He considers himself one, so I don't think it's offensive, especially when people are like flattered and love the history and getting really into it. I've seen a lot of players get really into those characters.
Oh yeah. Well, I was there, and it was going to be myself with basically my family, and we were supposed to basically just like run scams all night, because that's But the problem that happened was people ended up not showing up because they just didn't. I don't know if they lost the memo or whatever, but I was the only one of those there that night, and I ended up having to basically just kind of camp out by myself, have nobody interact with me, because it's kind of like, well, it's hard to, run scams as a one man, scam machine. So, and of course, there was some personal stuff that involved with that, because it was kind of like, well, dude, why'd you guys leave me high and dry? Well, we didn't really feel like going. And it's like, you could have fucking called me. Jeez.
Been there. You count on someone being there and they don't show up. You're like,
yeah. And they're
good morning, Jay. What's up, Jay?
Oh, hey, Jay.
After dialysis, I'm sorry.
Well, the important thing is you're here now.
I remember I went up to Connecticut to visit family, and while I was up there, I decided to look to see local games, and I found one, and they I sent a message and stuff. They let me play a character for one night, like a pre-generated character, and I had a fucking blast. Basically, a player in game did something stupid. And they were the type of person that thought, this is never going to come back and bite me in the ass. He made a deal with Giovanni, and I was playing a Giovanni debt collector. Come to deal with the guy. I was so happy. It was so much fun.
So we had a Giovanni character who was supposed to be like some high-ranking Giovanni elder, this and that, whatever. But everyone called him Papa DiGiorno, and he would get so pissed.
I love it. Oh, God, it was great. I remember at one point the sheriff ended up frenzying, not on me. He frenzied on for some other reason, but I happened to be in the area, like wrong place, wrong time. And I punted him down the stairs. And they're like, oh my God, you can't do that to the sheriff. I was like, he's not my sheriff. I don't give a fuck. He came after me. I'm just visiting.
I'm just offending myself.
It was good times. It was a one-night character. I had a blast meeting all these people for the first time. And I was glad that they showed me respect, because there's other games I've been to, like con games and stuff like that, where they feel that they have to tell me, they treat me like a brand new player the whole time, even though I keep telling them, I know. Stop, please. I know how celerity works. Yeah, I went. There was a big mass combat, and we're trying to move it along, and he's feeling the need to explain to everyone how all their powers work. I was like, yeah, but you don't have to tell me. Let's move this along. This is taking forever. All right.
You ready? No, let's go.
Hi, Mags. Yeah.
Hello.
Just don't just go around and go, oh, well, all my enemies are dead, haha! They have some limitations in the sense of how much they can impact the world, how much they can change
Has he
things,
ever
and how
commented
deep
about his sock?
They can change aspects
he
of
does.
the spheres.
Okay.
The more mastery you attain over a sphere and
It's not
over the
that
power
sock,
of
right?
magic and the
it's not
realization
that
that the world isn't real, the more you can change. And with this immense level of power comes another burden that the other supernatural creatures of World of Darkness, which the mages call the Night Folk, do not have to deal with. You see, reality as it exists for most people, and it does exist in the same way for most people, is shaped by something called the consensus. And for the purpose of mage metaphysics, consensus is what the sleepers, so the people who are not mages, agree reality is. Now, of course, it's the case that not all sleepers agree on what the reality is. There's differences of opinion on what is the case. So I'm not talking about the disagreement.
I really wish he didn't skip over it. Like, he called mages woke, and I was like, you really should have gone into the whole in-depth, like, mages are considered awakened.
Well, he did say that. He was like, they're
Did
so
he?
woke that they're awakened.
I thought he said they're so woke that they... I don't remember him bringing that up. He talked about how, like, basically nothing exists and stuff like that. But yeah, for those that don't know, in mage lore, for a mage to go from a human to a mage to, like, awakening to your power, that's what they call it. It's awakened. So yeah, mages are woke.
Literally.
Oh, Jay has that sock? Gross. You should watch it. I bet it stands up on its own and everything.
Agreements where, like, most people say vaccines work, and then there's a handful of people who say vaccines don't work. They would probably all agree that just walking around and suddenly levitating yourself willy-nilly, breaking the laws of gravity, that's not possible. They would probably, no matter their stance on vaccines, they'd be unified in that. A mage, however, might just sort of reject that assumption and break the laws of gravity anyway.
But see,
However,
who decided that was a consensus?
Vaccines still work because
Consensus
the overwhelming
did.
majority of sleepers agree that vaccines work. They are, because they're not
he's
mages,
explaining how consensus
enslaved to the seemingly objective reality of the consensus.
I
The
blame the
consensus isn't a
technocracy.
simple democracy, though. It's a whole tapestry of predominant paradigms and various different belief systems, and it's a little bit different over here than it is over there, but that's a whole different thing. It's going way too deep into the nature of reality. What matters is that if you clap at consensus often enough, the consensus will eventually clap back. As you do magic, you begin to acquire paradox, and if you do magic with too much paradox attached to your name, at some point, a paradox spirit is gonna show up, probably dressed like a cop, and he's gonna arrest you and put you in reality jail. After years of people
That's
trying
one way
to
of
sell
putting
this
it.
game, right? Trying to go, oh, you would really enjoy Mage. That would be very cool. And me always going, oh yeah, eventually I'll check it out. This thing. A friend of mine told me about the fucking reality cops, and I found that so funny that it actually sparked my interest. Night folk, like vampires and werewolves, seem to be immune to paradox. And the mages are rather curious as to why this is, because if they could figure it out, being immune to paradox is pretty fucking powerful. When a vampire with Potence 5 puts their fists through like a concrete wall, the reality cops are nowhere to be seen, even though most people would likely agree that is somewhat unusual. The prevailing theory is that they're not so much immune to paradox as that they have their own micro-consensus that is valid for this type of specific creature, where the laws are a little bit different and reality works in a way that's
make
not
my own
quite the same
consensus.
as with the overarching consensus.
Wake up to
probably
the
wanna be a
reality,
marauder.
The vampires, because of
I said, then you probably
want
wanna be a marauder,
the skin
but
that
that's
they have, it's pale, and so the cops.
I'm gonna go over here and make my own. Like, vampires started
cops,
somewhere. I mean, if you believe the
This
Kane
was going to be
thing.
some sort of like
And then
political
werewolves.
commentary about broken
So
windows.
let's
Actually,
make our own.
I can explain
it's
that
falling
a little
apart
quick
as
in
I'm
case
weaving.
you're, like, if
There
you're really
are ways
curious.
in which
Sure,
mages
you know
can
what? This is
avoid
about discussion.
Okay. So the thing is, like, contrary to popular belief, vampires, werewolves, even wraiths, spirits, changelings to another extent, they are all part of reality so much as that they are like undeniable horrors of the night, because that explains why people are afraid of the night. It's because on some basic primal level they acknowledge vampires might be real, werewolves might be real, and part of that fear makes you innately believe that they're more powerful than me. So that's why when they do dumb shit like Potence 5 and, flip a car and, throw it down the expressway, what have you, does it scare people? Yeah. Is it more believable? Yeah, because it's like, that's a fucking monster. That's not a human. That's a fucking monster. And as a result,
That sounds a little bit like, that description sounds a little bit like Chainsaw Man.
a little bit, yeah.
Whereas the devils in Chainsaw Man are more powerful depending on how much people fear them.
Sort of, yeah. The only thing that's different with WoD is people fear them, but they also innately know, like, oh, I'm safe during the day because vampires, they can't come out during the day. So that's their big balancing factor for, like, werewolves. I'm sorry, for vampires. For werewolves, it's the silver thing.
Well, I mean, vampires can go out in the day, they just won't have a good time.
Oh, yeah, valid. Yeah, fair.
Like I played a gargoyle, and they can take less damage from the sun, so they can be active during the day. It's a bitch, but they can do it.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, I'm like, well, if you could get the whole world to believe in something, it's almost like the idea of like D&D gods. If you have enough belief, you could become one.
Exactly. That is the whole concept of Mage the Ascension. What you are describing as far as wanting to make your own reality, that is the essence of what's called the Ascension War. That is what's going on right now in basically that's the meta plot to Mage the Ascension War.
I think I just came up with a character concept for a mage. I'm like,
awesome.
I'm gonna make my own world. Fuck y'all. I'm going over here. Fuck Paradox. Paradox sucks.
Nice.
Simulating paradox, which is what happens when they perform what is called vulgar magic. That's magic where it's obvious that this is like supernatural and it's going against reality. What some mages do, and this is pretty effective, is to not be around people when they do magic. That tends to work because the amount of witnesses that can actually see what's going on is relevant to determining the paradox you acquire from performing vulgar magic. However, even if you're transforming into a dragon in the middle of Antarctica, you're still transforming into a dragon, and consensus will have a problem with that, whether or not someone is actually looking. Some mages have decided to escape to the one place not corrupted by consensus. Space. That's a pretty extreme step to take, and very few mages actually ever do it, but it does happen. Another great way of avoiding paradox is to use implements to work your magic that, people, if they see it, because they are indoctrinated by decades of science fiction programming, go, see, I didn't know that was possible, but I guess this is very convenient for some mages because those are the kinds of foci that they
use a really good example
to impose their will upon reality anyway. Most commonly, this is done by disguising magic as technology. The current consensus is informed by science and reason, and so someone who does like a bunch of incantations and then starts shining and hovering above the ground, that's utterly unbelievable. However, you give them an anti-gravity belt, or even cooler, a hoverboard, and a lot of people won't immediately reject the thought. You probably still should be doing that in the middle of Times Square, and there's really no, technologically believable way of transforming into a dragon. But playing chameleon with reality is a good way to avoid paradox. The more weird, esoteric, and poorly understood by the general public the science is, so long as they're aware of, it vaguely, the more you can get away.
Okay, I'm curious about something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if you could alter your body, say a werewolf, all right? Say you're just taking the form of a werewolf, and say another werewolf just shifted into Krynos nearby. Would it still be that vulgar if somebody else just did it, or how does that work?
there's a lot of variables there, but the easy answer would be that wouldn't necessarily be vulgar. That would be coincidental because there was already a werewolf in the area. However, what would be different fundamentally is that you would not generate delirium, which means they would remember you, but they wouldn't remember him, because a werewolf innately incurs a delirium.
Right.
Now, if you wanted to add a delirium-like effect, you would need to like add in like mind to that effect to make it happen. But that's easy to do. That's like a mind to effect. Cause fear.
I'm just so curious about like having a werewolf in the area makes it more coincidental than if there was no werewolf there at all.
Oh yeah. So let me explain. Like you've seen Endgame, right?
Okay. Endgame what? What do you mean?
Like Endgame, Avengers Endgame, sorry.
Oh, Endgame. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the reason why I love mages is because you know that scene where Hulk has to go back in time and get the crystal from the Sorcerer Supreme before Stephen Strange, and he just tries to brute force it, and she literally just like pushes the Hulk out of him. Yeah. I have done that at LARPs to werewolves that are like frenzying down on me. You literally punch the wolf out of them, and it reverts them back into their homid form for a bit, and they're like, "What the hell?" Because werewolves are creatures of spirit as well as rage. So once you're removing the spirit of rage from them, they just like instantly shrink back. And it freaks them the fuck out. It's vulgar as fuck, but it freaks them the fuck out.
Well, I'm so curious about how certain things work. Like a mage knows like werewolves exist. So turning into a werewolf seems coincidental to me, but it feels more like it's not what you believe, it's what others that see you believe. Exactly. Is that accurate?
That's exactly it. So the big juxtaposition where people usually get caught up on with mage is they're like, well, it makes sense to me. And it's like, but you are not, the consensus. The sleepers are the consensus. Like a good way to like look at paradox and stuff, ironically. Have you ever seen the movie The Covenant?
I think so. Yeah, I'm almost positive, but I'm getting names mixed up.
It's the one about the kids that they're from a magical family. Whenever they
and every time they lose their power, they're getting closer to
like death or something.
Yeah.
That's a good way of looking at an interpretation of how paradox might manifest. It's like you do it too much, you're literally like pissing away like years of your life.
Okay.
That's a good way, very like dry, but to explain like, hey, yeah, you have all this power, but it's going to catch up to you.
So essentially, say circumstances that you are inside a lunatic asylum and everyone in there is fucking crazy. Would just about any magic be coincidental at that point? Once again, there's a lot of variables. It's like if there's like orderlies or doctors around, I would say they would definitely pointing out specifically just the crazy people.
Yeah, but if you're just there with the other crazies, vulgar magic is always vulgar, but coincidental magic is always like more easily to kind of like dismiss away.
Okay. Yeah.
So in other words, it's easier for you to do it around crazy people. Yes.
Like to help me out, like I had a lot of problem with some of the concepts in Mage, and I really wish I didn't. I feel like I should know it, but I just every time I thought I grasped something, I fucked something up. My friend tried to make it easier. The one time I played in the Mage LARP, the character I played, all of my magic was based around my gun. Trick shots and stuff like that, so everything was coincidental. I'm just really good with a gun, So it made it easier for me to comprehend from that aspect, and I'm trying to watch, and he's fucking doing all kinds of crazy shit, and I still don't know. I'm like, how the fuck?
he does a good job of explaining it. He does a good job.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Way with doing. Which brings me to the technocracy. Now I know this is a video about the Council of Nine Mystic Traditions, but I have to preface it with a little bit about the technocracy because you need this to understand how the world of Mage even works. If you wanted drastically, dangerously, and incorrectly oversimplified, the technocracy are the Sabbats of Mage the Ascension. They're the bad guys. But unlike the Sabbat, they won, and their paradigm is now the global world consensus. That isn't how it really is, but that is kind of how the technocracy is cast. They're a group of technology-oriented mages that have, for the past couple of centuries, used the unification and standardization of a global consensus as basically their means of waging
the
war
technocracy
against
pretty
all
fucking
the
well.
other ways of doing magic.
Yeah, most
And you
people
might
do.
be saying, hang on, isn't the thing that makes magic the fact that it can't be explained by science and it falls outside of the bounds of science and it isn't science, therefore it isn't real? You ever use a microwave? You put cold food in this metal box, and you press a button and a light comes on and the food spins and there's a sound. And then it beeps and you open the door and the food is cooked. Or rather, the food isn't cooked. The bowl that the soup was in is hot as shit, but the actual soup is still frozen solid. This clearly goes against the laws of thermodynamics. Oh, but because they tell you something about the microwave radiation and the hydrogen atoms, but whatever the fuck.
Microwaves were
you
invented
just
by the
think this
technocracy.
isn't magic. You ever use one of these? One of these fellas? Yeah, you got one of these? I talk to my grandma like once a week with this thing, and she lives in Spain. I live in Germany. She doesn't come by here. I don't go by there every week to talk to her. She speaks her voice into this device, so she also has one of these, and it comes out of mine. And then I speak my voice into this device, and it comes out at her end, and we can have conversations that way. But somehow, because the implement that we use to make this happen is a slab of metal and plastic and not a crystal ball, it's science and not magic. There's crystals in here too, you know? You, my friend, are caught up in the consensus. You don't even realize that all the marvelous technology you think of as not magic is actually just magic wearing a business suit. The reason you think finance and the stock market are real,
I love
and
these
the reason you
explanations.
think that the laws governments make aren't physically compelling is because that's what the technocracy wants you to believe. And they really don't like the fact that there's still a bunch of wizards out there doing shit that goes against the consensus that they engineered. They reckon that the world would be better off with just them in charge and no reality meddling spellcasters to fuck around with it. And the main organization standing against them wants the predominant, well, not quite organization, they weren't an organization back there, but they were the predominant paradigm of a non-standardized, non-unified consensus that worked differently depending on where you were, are the Council of 9 Mystic Traditions. There's actually way more than 9 traditions, but they're like basically the mainline clans.
Okay, so I was at a con game, and the hierarchy of the city made a horrible mistake.
Okay.
They asked me and my boys to go deal with a technocracy base. And the technocracy base was the Epcot golf ball.
Okay.
They said it was like underneath there. Well, me and my boys were pretty much all Bruja. And I was like, are you sure? Okay. And, you know, after we had already left and we're in the scene being run by a storyteller, when someone found out, they said, oh, that's a horrible idea. Because we were nicknamed Team Thugget. And
Team Thugget.
we took a gasoline tanker truck that we had stolen and decided to throw it at the golf ball. Because we were like, Hulk smash. That's how we solve our problems. And apparently we created a time rift from the machines that they had inside. We're like, oops. Well, you sent us. What do you think we were going to do?
Yeah, that's true. I would consider that a bad decision on the staff, but whatever.
Well, It wasn't the storyteller. The storyteller was actually the one that went, "Oh, that's a horrible idea." They had a player character as the hierarchy, and they were like, "Yeah, could you guys go take care of it?" And we're like, "Sure, why not? Sounds like fun. Let's throw explosives at it."
Nice.
It's like the people that fucking that throw fireworks at some fucking alien thing that fell from the sky. Like that's all we got. Blow it up with TNT. Yep.
Of Mage the Ascension, and they're not necessarily hereditary organizations so much as they are political / philosophical groups that share certain interests, values, and organizational principles. You will certainly be influenced a lot by whoever it was that taught you magic, but even that has its limits. All mages are ultimately unique individuals, and the way magic works for them is very much idiosyncratic to them. The way a particular spell works for you is probably not going to work that way for other mages. However, you are much more likely to have common ground with people in your tradition than people outside of it. You could, in theory, even change traditions. It's entirely possible. It doesn't really change anything about your abilities. It's just your general philosophical outlook on magic and how it works. I am now going to do the exact same joke that I did in my Vampire the Masquerade Clans video. When asked what their particular kind of mage would be like in the World of Darkness setting, the creators of Mage the Ascension just went... Yes. Because the 9 traditions reflect various sets of tropes associated with different kinds of magicians from throughout the world of fiction. They're an alliance because of practicality and necessity, not because they agree on the fundamental laws of the universe. Mages within a given tradition already differ vastly. Imagine across traditions. In order to bridge the gap a little and give all members of all traditions a little bit of a frame of reference on how to approach members of different traditions, there are certain overarching principles of organization and like ranks that they have. This isn't because they believe in hierarchy, but really because of if you go by like cultural values and background and magical style and the way someone looks to like judge them as a mage, that creates immense rifts. A Spanish conquistador paladin is not gonna have any respect for an Aztec death priest. It's just not gonna happen.
Why not?
And neither is someone involved in the slave trade that practices good Christian magic going to have any respect for a voodoo shaman that they just stole from Africa. But in the context of the 9 magical traditions, no matter how much you might look down on someone because of their background or because you don't understand what the fuck it is they are doing, if they are considered a master in their tradition, you have to respect that title. This kind of cosmopolitan approach has allowed the Council of 9 tradition to grow from a deeply Eurocentric organization, because that's kind of where they were founded, to a, bigger, more open-minded thing that doesn't describe specific kinds of magics to specific cultural traditions, but understands the overarching philosophies and how they weave themselves through various people groups and times throughout history. But hang on, the astute among you might have already observed. There's 9 traditions and there's 9 spheres of magic. Shouldn't the thing that defines the traditions be what sphere of magic they specialize in? Well, you forget this is World of Darkness, and that isn't how that works. Each of the traditions actually characteristically features mages who have attained great mastery over 2, 3 spheres.
Can you elaborate?
He's about to elaborate, but basically it's like, so when you join a tradition, let's say the one I know like really well, which would be Order of Hermes, right? Yeah. Anybody who joins the Order of Hermes, by default, they teach them the sphere of forces because that's how they train them as far as how to manipulate forces, like fire, electricity, energy, etc., etc. Well, just because you start with that sphere doesn't mean you can only be mastered in that sphere. You can learn in any sphere you want. That's what I meant. Like, true, but not really true.
Right, well, like vampire clans start within clan disciplines, but you can learn out of clan discipline.
Yeah,
but these are not considered out of clan, I know, but I mean, you're not restricted to.
Yeah, like your innate sphere, which is the one that you were trained in, you get you get like a small experience like reduction, meaning like you can learn that one easier because you have masters to like fall on and what have you to teach you. But there's nothing like mechanically because you know like how in vampires like, oh, I want to learn obtenebration, but I'm a bruja. We got to find somebody to either teach you obtenebration or commit diablerie on a La Sombra, or something to that extent,
Right.
to hopefully get access to that power.
Yeah, I can't count the number of times I wish I could learn obtenebration, but no, motherfuckers won't teach me. I remember, oh god, there was a game, and it was a bad game. It was a bad storyteller, but we totally took advantage. He was totally fascinated by thaumaturgy, so he decided it would be really cool to run a game where everyone in game could buy one path of thaume as in clan.
Is he talking about like Tremere or just like in general? Like
Every player in game.
All right.
I played a Bruja with Path of Mars. The Sabbat path. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you've read it. At least in the LARP version, Warcry is ridiculous. Warcry lasts the seed, and you win on ties on social and mental challenges.
Yeah, that's like I think that's like the first level power.
I think it's second actually, but it's low. It's easy to get.
Yeah. Oh.
Warcry is pretty broken, and it pissed a lot of people off. I mean, and you're already a Bruja, so you win on ties. If you got the potence power, you got ties on physical, and then you use Warcry, you got social and mental as well. I went on ties. So yeah, I was like, "Are you sure?" Well, okay then. I whooped that shit. They tried to hire again. I said it was a bad game. They thought it would be cool to hire Assamites to deal with me, and I whooped the shit out of all of the Assamites, all of them, solo.
Impressive.
And I made fun of the prince. I knew it was him. But didn't know it was him. It was one of those things like, I have no evidence, but I know who did this. I sent all their bodies to him.
Nice.
Again, Warcry is ridiculous. If you're already winning on ties on physical challenges, like social and mental, that's like the weakness for a Bruja. Kinda. I mean, if you're a presence Bruja, then you got the social, but winning on ties on those, it's ridiculous. Fuck your presence, you can't dread gaze me, fuck you. You better throw really good, because I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Various different spheres. If each of them has like one sphere that they specialize in.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting. Like we're talking, but I'd like to add extra information for like audience that aren't familiar with World of Darkness. Like if you don't know, in Vampire, there's a clan called the Tremere. And they specialize in blood magic. Well, in the lore, Tremere were originally mages. They were seeking immortality and turned themselves into vampires. Now, in my opinion, it was a massive downgrade.
Oh, yeah. Massive downgrade.
Compared to what actual mages can do, Tremere are so limited. But I guess they're immortal now? I don't know if it's worth the trade.
That's a whole other conversation.
And there are people really who have attained mastery of any of the spheres. It's just that some of them are more prevalent than others.
And,
but also,
Tremere were originally,
and actually they totally
hermetic
represent
mages,
the
right?
9 spheres of magic.
Order
It's
of
just
Hermes.
that they do so in like a ceremonial sense, not in an actual sense. In practice, they represent various philosophical principles and theories of magic. In other words, you don't have to be good or even skilled at all at entropy magic to be a Chakravanti, but a lot of Chakravanti are very much skilled at entropy magic, and even the ones who aren't at least have some minute skill in it. Right, so now that we have all that important stuff out of the way, let's get into the 9 traditions, what they mean, what they represent, and what the spheres are that
I
are
want to hear the really
attached
funny
to
one.
Born out of an ancient legend of a village where everyone lived in perfect peace and harmony, the Akashayana, also known as the Akashic Brotherhood, is the one of the 9 traditions that takes the concept of ascension the most serious and gives it the greatest philosophical
I would also say
significance.
the most literal.
And yes,
too.
by ascension I mean the ascension from the title of the game.
I
It
viewed
represents
them as
an
the combat
elevated state of
mages.
being that apparently all mages are able to achieve a higher essence.
I know that that's just like a rough
transcended
stereotype,
mind.
but-
And just by making
Yeah, yeah.
this sort of vague description, I've pissed off like half the mages in the world because there's a lot of disagreement on what ascension means. All traditions have ideas about ascension, and all traditions think ascension is important, some more than others. But for the Akashayama, it is such a foundational journey for a mage.
I'm sorry for interrupting again.
No, go for it.
For some reason, I was just reminded of another thing. I know I've talked about like my games and stuff, but in my area where I played the most, everyone was a power gamer, and that's the thing. Like it's like they said in The Incredibles, like if everyone has powers, nobody does. If everyone's a power gamer, no one is. So it's like you had to be a power gamer to keep up with everybody, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
that was sorry. No,
go ahead.
Interject real quick. Yeah, that was the problem where I've gotten into disagreements with people. I won't name them, but you know, it's somebody. I think we both know. Where they were like, "Oh, well, you're a power gamer, or you're a rules lawyer because you know the rules." It's like, no, I'm a rules lawyer because I got tired of other people out power gaming me when I just wanted to enjoy a story.
Right. I tried to prove that fact. I tried to make a character that was solely for roleplay. I didn't make him cheesy. I didn't do everything that I had on the character was for roleplay. I made a Bruja priest that was seeking, Golconda.
Mm-hmm.
And I got killed on my first night of play. Do you know what the player said? I was like, why? Because they didn't have a reasoning. I thought maybe they were hired or something happened. No, they said, because you're you and you always play cheesy characters. That was the reasoning for killing my character.
Yeah, I would have been annoyed at that because it's an issue.
I was.
Yeah, that's just like power. I mean, it's like pure like metagaming. It's kind of like. So basically, you're just telling me you killed me because you don't like me. It doesn't matter what character I would have been playing. You're just killing me because you don't like me.
Well, I assume that they thought they were going to take me out before I became powerful. Normally in games, like if you let me sit too long, I become uber powerful and you can't stop me. So I assume that was their intention. And yeah, that's metagaming. But yeah, that's why I couldn't make a solely roleplay character. I had to make them fucking cheesy because I had to deal with shit like that all the fucking time.
Yep. I can relate. I know how that goes.
There was one other time that I made a roleplay character, and again, I was killed for a similar reason, and it was fucking stupid. I tried to make him less intimidating. I was like, there's no way people are going to mistake me for a problem. I made a gangrel with the floss short, so I was like 3 foot tall. I made him a dwarf. I still got killed. Why? I don't know. I was even playing scared. There was like rumors of an assassin in the area, and I thought they were a sniper. So I was walking around game in a trash can all night. Wearing it like armor with like a little eye hole. In fact, there was a big scene that was fucking priceless. The storyteller runs a scene, this chopper comes down, all these hunters come up, fog fills the area. I said, wait, how high is the fog? And they said, 3 foot tall. I said, I declare fair escape. They're like, you can't declare fair escape. I said, I can. I'm below the fog line. I'm 3 foot tall. And they're like, holy shit, you get fair escape. They couldn't see me under the fog.
Nice.
But that was like the one funny moment from that character. I died later that night from another player fucking metagaming bullshit. It's still not the worst one. The worst one was when my character was killed. I killed a character. He made another character to come back and get revenge and kill me.
Well, I mean, I used to have problems like that at my games until we made a rule where there was like revenge NPCs. I'm sorry, revenge PCs weren't allowed.
Yeah.
So that means
he
if
got
you
a
win,
talking to, and they didn't want to rewrite the scene, so we found a way to make it work, where it still happened, but we found a way that I didn't lose my character. You know what I mean? The storyteller tried to find a plot reason to keep me around and deal with that fuckhead. Because that was bullshit. At least that was one of the few times, like, the storyteller was like, God damn it. Because they have a rule, they don't like to rewrite scenes. It happened, there was a bunch of people witnessing, they don't want to have to go, okay, we rewind all that never happened. So they're like, okay, it happened, but this is what happened now. Yeah, I dealt with that shit far too often.
No
To
worries.
undertake, that it has, through them, become the founding cornerstone of one of the world's
I will say one of my
major
favorite clans was Bruja.
Buddhism.
I think that's
Escaping
obvious.
the cycle of death and rebirth is
Bruja's always
their
fun.
goal, and they do get reborn. And they
I mean, they're
believe that
easy, and you don't have to
actually
think
all
too
life
hard,
that
in my
exists
opinion.
Gets reborn regardless of whether or not they're mages or
Oh,
whether or not
sorry.
it's part of the
I didn't
consensus.
clarify.
It's-
That story earlier, Team Thugget, ironically, everyone thought I was a Bruja because I had potent celerity and fortitude. I was actually a Toreador. A Toreador was in charge of Team Thugget.
well, then you're literally playing the masquerade to the team.
Yeah, people were like, people would make the Toreador gay jokes all the time. I was like, I'm not that kind of Toreador. Stop it. I will end you. I was like, you don't have to play the stereotype of each clan. You know, they have their clan weaknesses, but that doesn't mean that all Toreador are like, oh god. Although I did make constant jokes after combat about, oh shit, they messed up my hair. Hold on a sec.
Nice.
I kept a brush in my pocket and kept brushing my hair after combat. Just as a joke.
It's just a natural law that exists outside of the rules of reality, and because they are mages, they just have an easy.
All right, I want to have this discussion with you because you're experienced. What are your thoughts on? What are your thoughts on? What the fuck? Streamlabs just had a fucking pop up all of a sudden. Holy shit! I think they added a new feature because my whole Streamlabs changed color.
Wow.
It's all in dark mode now. It's black.
As long as it's still working, I guess.
I mean, yeah, it's still working. It's just, what the fuck? That's new. It just happened all of a sudden. I didn't set anything.
I didn't set it to dark mode.
Right. I don't. Wow. It's normally like this, like dark blue color. Okay. I'm sorry. I wanted to get into the discussion. It was just that popped up in the middle of it. I was like, what the fuck? That never happened before.
Okay.
What are your thoughts on traits? Mostly, well, actually, solely in LARP. I know that in tabletop you just use the collection of things, but in LARP you have to bid a trait that you're using, and I feel like too many storytellers or narrators overlook like what you're bidding and how you're using it. What are your thoughts?
So I played a lot of games, which I can say very similar to like your experiences, which I would say were just toxic games because people cheese-dicked a lot of stuff. They didn't call traits the correctly, et cetera, et cetera. And when I took over as head storyteller for a local university, the first thing I did was I was like, the old guard is out. I basically removed everybody, and I was like, this is how we're doing things going forward. I instituted a lot of rules, and one of the main ones was you have to bid a trait. Like, unless I, as a storyteller or a narrator, tells you, give me a hard challenge, which is essentially, it's just like a flat number against a flat number type of thing. You know, it's like, oh, can I kick that door in? You don't have to say, I brutally kicked down the door or whatever. It's like, no, just, give me a hard challenge,
Right.
Just your flat number against, flat number. And if you won, cool. But I was like, if it is against any other person, and I emphasize person because I wanted NPCs to be included in that, you have to declare what trait you're doing, and it has to make sense to the scene. I was like, you can't brutally dodge an attack. I was like, if you don't have any finesse or dexterous related traits you cannot dodge.
Yeah, I always felt like that was so much more important than anyone would let on. Like, it matters, and you lose traits for a reason. So if you build brutal and you lost brutal, you don't have it anymore unless you find a way to get it back, and you can run out. And I also thought it goes with the description of the scene. I always thought that when you're role-playing, that the description of the scene, what you're doing, even in combat, really makes the scene. And too many storytellers, and I kind of get it, in mass combat, it's hard when there's like a lot of people and you're just trying to rush through it. But it makes so much of a difference because those are the stories you tell later. I don't want to just say, I hit him. I want to hear how you hit him, what you're doing, because it makes the scene you talk about later. Because I used to, like, for example, because this works through all of World of Darkness, they all ran off of the same basic LARP rules, but I would be like, I'm graceful enough to hit him, and it mattered because you're not just brutally going and like thugging through it, you're like, you know, pulling like Matrix speed type shit, and you know what I mean? Graceful enough to dodge. You're basically pirouetting out of the way. And I love to use that shit when I was playing a Toreador. It's like, yeah, I'm in combat. I'm a badass in combat, but I'm making it look pretty when I do it. And it mattered. It was part of the character.
Yeah, I was totally big on bidding traits. I'm like, if I don't hear you bidding traits...
we were in a discussion, honey. Fine, ignore me. See what happens when I get... No, please don't forget my coffee, and I wasn't ignoring you. You always say, I hate it here. Always. And I know you're at work, so of course you hate it there. Go ahead.
Valid. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was basically like, if I don't know what traits were bid, then basically that exchange didn't happen. And people would say, oh, well, you're retconning scenes. I'm like, no, I'm not retconning scenes. Guess what? And I would just like clap my hands and be like, it was all a dream, and now you're awake.
No, I also hated God Kills. That same bad game I mentioned with the Assamites I took out. The ST didn't like one of my friends, and my friend, of course, was pushing his buttons because he was tired of all the bad calls and shit. So the storyteller God handed him and was like, yo, the house comes alive and squishes you. God hand like you're dead. No challenge. Yeah. I was like, really? And I all it did was serve to make more people in the game rebel against them, in my opinion. That, like, you're just killing your own game, dude.
Yeah, it just sounds like a shitty GM, not to sound like a jackass. I don't even know who he is, but it sounds like a shitty GM.
I know, I'm not naming, I'm not calling out names, but there were plenty of games like that. And you could always tell who the good storytellers were because of A, the length of their games, and B, sometimes you get people to think, I'm better than that guy, and they try to run. We had enough players that they tried to run a game opposite, and you'd see who had the bigger game, and it was like, obviously, we see who the better one is. I will say, my best friend ran one of the best games. He had one of the longest standing games in the area, and even after he retired from running games, people still kept begging him to bring it back.
Oh yeah, that's how it was with my that's how it was with my mage LARPs. People, like, even to this day, people will still message me and be like, "Hey, are you running mage? You know, you don't know who's running mage right now? Yeah, I really miss your game. This and that, whatever."
I played a Bruja in that game with the negative traits mentally unstable ×5. It wasn't a derangement. It was a negative mental trait, but it was there, unstable. And I had shit like conspicuous consumption, so I would eat hearts.
Like you do.
Yeah, it was just, I was that crazy Bruja. Everyone was like, yeah, don't fuck with him. And eventually that character got retired because he was too powerful. I played as a Miche later in that game because, like I said, it ran forever. And he built a whole universe. He ran several games, but they were all in the same universe. So there was always ways that he would be like, hey, can you bring this character back? Just play him for a scene. You know, and it wasn't just me. There was other people. But it was great. It was really well done. I liked the world building he put into it. And, you know, we had like a hard end time per game. But if you were in a good role play scene, he would let it go on. We went on till almost sunup once because we were just in such a great scene, and it just naturally, it didn't feel like you were keeping it up. It was just naturally flowing that everyone in the scene just, it was like that was the shit you love to see.
Yeah, I've experienced something similar.
No challenges, no crazy shit, just natural role play, and people were just enjoying being there and in that conversation that it just ran its course.
Nice.
It involved, let's see, a hunter, a gangrel, a tribe of, you know, the Romney, and a couple Ravno. And it just got into a really, really deep scene. People, like everybody talking about their personal views and stuff like this, and what we're going to do in the city, and planning and plotting, and relationships. There was like romance and shit. It was really interesting.
Cool.
I was the hunter in the scene, and they were the few people that knew I was a hunter. Everyone else thought I was the Barat Primogen.
Nice.
But I ended up being taken in by the Romney, and they let me learn. That was how I changed. Later on, I got embraced in the story, in the game, and they decided to teach me the path of paradox.
Valid.
So there was a whole storyteller reason why a non-Ravno was on Path of Paradox, was because I was so close with the Ravno and that group.
Yeah, and
while I was a hunter, I was protecting the Ravno while they slept. So, all right, we can get back into this. Hi, Rosa. How are you doing, Rosa? We're talking about vampire stuff. We're going to go back to a mage video, but we keep talking about vampires because that's all I know really well.
Yeah, we're referencing a lot of things back. All right.
Your time remembering their past lives. For instance, the Akashic Record is something that's only very partially written down. It actually manifests as a sort of force in the lives of all kinds of Akashiana, and it's a mixture and tapestry of old memories and ideas that push themselves into consciousness at opportune times. It usually reveals itself rather cryptically, setting people on the right path or tempting them with the wrong path so they can remain firm in their ways.
I get tempted with the wrong path all the time.
The Akashiana practice the art of Dole, which is a series of philosophical practices and beliefs.
I told my wife it seemed like a good idea at the time.
Honing your body, eating healthy, working out, meditating, existing in the present moment. These kinds of practices are the foci of these kinds of mages, which are the things that you do and engage with in order to manifest your will as magic. For the Akashiana, a big part of that is cool martial arts shit.
Yeah,
because this tradition is all about cool martial arts shit. It's not all of them, obviously. There's a lot of them that, you know, martial arts are not just the hoo-ha fighting, cool punch, fist, face, break.
Everyone was kung fu fighting
situation. There's a whole nother dimension to that. But let's be honest, the people who play Akashiana, they're there for the cool martial arts shit.
Yes.
Basically, all of the most outlandish wuxia kung fu movies, all the mini regional martial arts you find in every town all over Asia. The Akashiana are the people who can actually do.
If I were to make
they are
an Akashic, I would probably make one based on Pai Mei from Kill Bill.
And though fundamentally they're pretty Buddhist, they're also very compatible.
I always liked
with
that
other
character. I don't know
religions
why.
and
I just
worldviews
really
like
liked Pai Mei.
Taoism, Shinto, Confucianism, and Jainism, you name it. But precisely because competition is so fierce in East Asia, the power of the Akashiyana is sort of waxed and waned. And this is even though, paradoxically, they are rather a diverse tradition, but they do have a habit of politically intertwining themselves with great East Asian empires, often the Chinese one, which then gets taken over, it falls, gets taken over by a different magical tradition. Whoopsie! Perhaps the greatest, as in the worst, bad. When a war is great, that means it's bad, because war is bad. I think we're all in agreement about that. Is the Himalayan War. They fought against their sibling tradition, the Chakravanti. The exact dates of when that was, not entirely clear, but apparently it started somewhere around 900 BCE and then went on for a couple centuries. And even though all this was quite a while ago, both of the traditions still hold some old grudges with each other. It turns out, and this was not known at the time, this was kept secret from all of the people who fought and died in the war, even the mages. This was done because some guy had a vision of a great unified power that at some point would try and fight all the different kinds of magic. And so he thought to himself, I need to make sure that these traditions hold their martial arts skills. And yeah, the technocracy has pretty much conquered East Asia, whether it be through the communist China, the materialist philosophy there, or like the mega-capitalist dystopias of South Korea and Japan. All that shit that radiates out to the other East Asian nations. If they didn't have the cool martial arts shit, the technocracy probably would have destroyed them. But in the 15th century, when the Council of Nine Traditions was formed, the Akashiyana were in a very good place, so they were offered a seat on it. The sphere of magic that the Akashiyana represent in the Council of Nine Tradition is that of mind. And if you're sitting there thinking, hang on, what does mind have to do with cool martial arts stuff? I thought you do that with the body. You should have been paying better attention. To the Akashiyana, the body is honed so it isn't a hindrance to the mind, but works in harmony with it. It's supposed to help you rid yourself of your ego so you can experience the world.
No, I have way too much ego.
The Akashiyana, in order to be able to control the mind, you need to be able to have no mind at all. To be controlled by
some people
nothing,
like that.
Not even yourself. The effects of the mind sphere are fundamentally not material because it's the mind sphere and the mind is all about thought. That's kind of the point of it. But you can create some very interesting effects with and without using other spheres in conjunction with this one. With it, you can do neat tricks like telepathy or mind control. Even you can acquire knowledge and emotions directly into your mind. But you can also control your own perceptions. You could turn off fear or pain if you wanted to. You can frame jack yourself into a higher state of being so you can think mega fast or mega big. Yep. Like all traditions, the Akashiyana do feature a broad spectrum of practitioners, but they do have a preference for recruiting people who are already in the ascetic and monastic lifestyle. It requires a certain strength of character to practice the magics of the Akashiyana. It is very rare for an Akashiyana to have more than one student at a time because their methods and the journey of broadening that student's mind, teaching them the ways of magic, which of course, they don't see it as like, oh, this is a spellcasting magic, this is like control over yourself and the world through the mind.
Ironically, they could be very much like a Jedi, right down to the lightsabers.
Though, importantly. They have ranks that are because they're part of the council, but they also had them before. They indicate spiritual seniority, but not authority over others. Over the course of training, many initiates to the Akashiyana actually choose a new name to represent themselves through some sort of natural phenomenon. This might be stuff like Crashing Wave, or Tranquil Grove, or Skid Row. I'm only half joking, by the way, and with how wild the setting of Mage is, that's entirely possible. A few of the classic groups, sects, and factions within the Akashiyana include the Banner of the Ebon Dragon, a very traditionally kung fu-oriented group that sees themselves as the martial defenders of the tradition against its enemies. The Blue Skins, who instead of just focusing on deprivation and asceticism and not having things in your life, believe in essentially the path of experiencing
more like
more
Avatar.
things like pleasure
Okay.
and also a lot of negative emotions. And the Li Shen, and look, I know this is a big word for a lot of people. It's a word that comes with a lot of heavy
The Li Shen are
historical
awesome, though.
connotations, but sometimes you just have to not beat around the bush. So I am going to say the word. They are ninjas. They're ninjas.
Yep.
That's what
They're
they are. They
ninjas.
are
That's
just very cool
basically.
ninjas that do cool ninja shit. It's like actual ninjas. A somewhat unusual Akashian might be a professional wrestler whose process of being in the kayfabe all the time and portraying a character that isn't really himself is part of the spiritual process of detaching himself from his own ego. Or perhaps a sort of spiritual health guru who goes into the bodies and takes over the physical form of her students to teach them directly techniques of physical health, all the while she herself hasn't moved from her meditation spot in years. Also known as the faithful or the singers, the celestial chorus are the
Celestial
mages
Chorus
that
are
believe
fun,
in God.
but goofy.
Now, of course,
Yeah, I've
God
made
is
fun of them a
real
lot.
in the mage universe.
remember that.
Objectively, he is, but so is Santa Claus. The bar for being real
They were
isn't
like-
particularly
They were the ones
high,
that
so
made
these
fun of the
mages
mage,
place
like
even
I
a
made fun
higher
of Child
instance
of
above
Gaia
that.
in
The
Guru.
concept of something that exists outside of all the manifestations of human imagination that exists in the upper umbra, they call it the One. As a result, the Celestial Chorus has adherents coming from all manner of different religions. Of course, most of them are from the major Abrahamic religions, so they're Christians, Muslims, and Jews. But they're also open to people who are a little bit polytheistic, but they have some justification for, all the polytheistic gods spring from one god. And there's a whole debate to be had
have true
about how
faith in myself.
Catholicism with all its saints is kind of polytheistic.
That's
This is
actually where
certainly a way
true
in which
faith,
it has been able to
originates from.
integrate itself with polytheistic religions all over.
I had a storyteller that wouldn't let me do it.
Way, though. The choristers used to be a lot less accepting of
Well,
outsiders.
he actually
They're
gives
the
an
first
example
congregation-
he actually gives an example of a chorister who would be more in tune with that, because that's actually true faith was devised conceptually from direct influence with Celestial Chorus members. So they kind of created that divine, I'll say spark, that is a divine flame, for lack of a better word.
I just want to have I want it to be like having the derangement power madness, and your ego is just so big, you really believe you really are the greatest thing ever. All ego driven.
Yeah.
Let's see.
You can do that. No,
I very briefly played a chorister that had a flaw of having stigmata. That sounds painful.
yeah.
I didn't know. Was that a flaw in Mage, or was that something you just make up? Or is it a
because
chorister specific?
In Mage, the longer you play, you get paradox, and the longer you hold on to paradox, you get what's called paradox flaws. But they're not flaws in the sense of I can just buy it off. No, it's like a stain permanently on your character.
But they don't have merits and flaws in Mage?
No,
I thought
they have
did. Okay.
No, they have merits and flaws, but a paradox flaw is a lot different because it stays on you. It's like a stain on your soul.
I forgot what I took, but I could write it in. Okay. I mean, that's possible. It could have been a paradox flaw. I know some specifics, I know in Vampire they have clan specific flaws, and I would assume in the tradition books that they might have some tradition specific flaws.
Well, I mean, it also depends on the storyteller too. There was this one character that his paradox flaw was he was a chorister. He had angelic wings. Because his faith was so strong that he believed he was touched by the One, so he sprouted angelic wings. But the thing with paradox flaws is when they manifest, they just incur more paradox. They don't go away, so it's you can't really you want to try to remove them from you, but they're very hard to.
That sounds like fun, actually.
Oh yeah, I love paradox flaws because that same character, his wings got badly burned and they grew back in tumorous like lesions because he was affected by Nefandus magic, but that's a whole other conversation. So now he had like bloody like bone wings instead of like angelic wings. It was a really cool character change, but yeah. Anyways.
I had a concept I never got to play. Somebody talked me into playing a mage game, and I wrote up a character, and then I never got to play him. And I can't remember what tradition I went with, but the character was based off of House from the TV show.
Oh, nice. I had a real life friend who played a character that was based off House as well.
It was like when my disability started getting bad and I was using my cane, and I figured, I was like, well, I already have a cane and I have to carry my pain meds with me everywhere. And I really related with the character from the show. I was like, yeah, why the fuck not? And so a lot of my magic was like my pill bottle was like a foci.
Yeah, I can see that.
So, yeah, I was like, here, take this, you'll feel better.
Of the Celestial Chorus occurred in ancient Egypt during the reign of the pharaoh Akhenaten. Their golden age started when Christianity became the state religion of ancient Rome. Over time, they became more and more Catholic, more and more Puritan, more and more... actually, you have a minor thing that I disagree with you with, so you're not part of the club anymore, and I'm gonna kill you. They also, at some point, had like a whole order of paladins that served Charlemagne. The sheer brutality of the Crusades, though, was kind of what broke the Celestial Chorus. As a lot of members were like,
a bit much.
Is this necessary? Are we the bad guys, maybe, perhaps? And then, of course, the Puritans were gaining more power than the organization, were expelling more and more people that were, or rather, excommunicating in this context. So eventually there was just like a small core, but even there, at some point, they managed to get rid of these mega Puritans. The tradition once again returned to a rather more open state, where they once again accepted all kinds of Christian denominations and Muslims and Jews, everyone back in, though it took them a while to become as liberal as they are today. The modern position is that the One is universal and ineffable, and there are as many ways it reveals itself to people as there are people willing to hear its song. On those Puritans, that kind of became the Inquisition, and they later joined the technocracy. You know, so go figure. The cool thing to understand about the chorus is that the aspect of magic that they value the most is the avatar. The avatar is a sort of second consciousness that all mages have, and that's the thing that really sets them apart from regular sleeper human beings, and even the night folk. And it sort of acts as a bit of a mentor and guide, while still being part of the mage themselves on the road to ascension. It's a sort of idealized self. Though, I mean, I'm saying all these things, all the traditions have very particular preconceptions about what the avatar is and isn't. The choristers, for instance, believe that the avatars are shards of the One, and every living being has such a shard within them. It's just that only the awakened ones are aware of this. On the Council of Nine Traditions, the Celestial Chorus represents the sphere of prime, or as I like to call it, the Hegel of magical spheres.
Prime. RP. Well, like what RP did you have on a Sea King?
Oh, Sea Kings are a lot of fun. Yeah.
I've never. I don't think I've ever actually done a Sea King. If I did, I don't remember it.
So the thing is with mage, their main stat on their sheet that's the most important above anything else is their arete or arete, depending on what pronunciation it is.
Yeah.
Well, in order to increase that, you generally have to go on a seeking, because you're doing internal like meditation, internal reflection, as far as your personal belief in stuff, and it goes from there. So sometimes you also go on a seeking if you're being taught another sphere, because you yourself have to figure out, how does this new power fit into what I believe already.
Huh. Depends on what your avatar looks like in your tradition.
Oh yeah, I don't think he's explained avatars yet. He's getting there though.
He just explained them a little bit. He just explained them a little bit, and he was going into the sphere of prime. Okay, cool.
It represents the sublime, incomprehensible primal essence that underlies and universally connects all of magic. Like the Kabbalistic concept of Keter, it is fundamentally divine and incomprehensible, and in the worldview of the choristers, it is the energy that emanates
I was always
from
fond
the
of
one.
entropy.
It is the connecting
entropy's
tissue
fun.
of all magic that emanates from the one. That doesn't mean
Prime
it's
is,
seen
like,
as
almost a
superior to
necessity,
the other
though.
spheres of magic, by
Yeah.
the way, except maybe in
Prime
like,
is a fun
philosophically
sphere, too,
speaking,
yeah.
some of the choristers. It's
Prime is like-
definitely
yeah,
the sphere that
it's
a lot
like a
of players have the
necessity.
biggest time struggling to like comprehend what even it's supposed to be. And even when they do get it, a lot of them are like, "What? Why did you? You could have put a different thing here. Why did you put that in the game?" I know there's maybe like 5 people in my audience who have ever played like Stars Without Number to this extent, but if it helps even one of you,
That's a fun
this
game,
will
Stars
be
Without Number.
enough. Prime
Alright,
is
I gotta
basically
mute myself. I'll be here, though.
meta-psionics.
Hold on.
It
I gotta
allows
holler
you
for
to
the
avoid
kids.
the effects
No
of
worries.
paradox, to channel more energy than you reasonably should be able to, make things magical that aren't magical, generally like manipulate the flow of magic, and also
like,
sense
imbuing and
when
enhancing
magic is
items,
being used
making
around
magic
you,
artifacts.
why it is being used around you, and what effect it might have. You could call it magical theory, but only in the way that it signifies a deeper understanding of the fundamental core of what magic is. The Celestial Chorus
Yep.
is very organized as traditions go. They have access to a complex, old, and experienced, although, often a bit stiff, bureaucratic infrastructure, which has, under some pains, grown to accommodate a lot more denominations and congregations.
Yeah, being able to
The
see
most
magical
powerful
shit,
institution
especially, like,
is
other
the
supernatural
Curia,
shit,
a
too.
sort of council of like the most respected, most important choristers that makes all the executive decisions and is tasked with like walking the line between the unity of the faiths and the diversity of the faiths. The most powerful individual within the Celestial Chorus is the Pontifex Maximus, which, yes, does mean Pope. And the Pontifex is elected not just by the highest elite of the Celestial Chorus, but also by the rank and file. And the job of the Pontifex is to sort of be not just the senior most spiritual advisor to all of the chorus, but also sort of its spearhead toward unity with the divine. The word of the Pontifex carries immense weight and power, as does the word of any of the senior-most church officials, but it is expected that some will disagree and do other things. They're not
Of course, it's like,
absolute
it's the point of
dictates.
mage.
They're not these perfect beings, they're just the wisest and most advanced who have shown a capacity for leadership, both in terms of bureaucracy and in leading the choir in song. As the name suggests, singing, primarily choral singing, is the main form of focus for the Celestial Chorus. But there are many others like prayer, sermons, acts of kindness, charity, invocations, burning incense, just appeals to the shard of divinity within. And even in terms of music, it's not just choral music. There's choristers who do rock and hip-hop and electronic music.
Yeah,
even.
we've all seen those,
It's all
like,
part
Christian,
of
like,
the
rock
whole big
concerts.
divine. It's all part of the one. Or you could not be a singer at all. That's entirely valid. But it is cool to have like a Scott Pilgrim Battle of the Bands type situation going on. It's a very interesting image to put in your head. A few of the classic groups, sects, and factions within the Celestial Chorus include the Children of Albi, who
Jars
believe
of
that
Clay.
all
I
materialism
forgot
is
about that
bad and
band.
must be rejected for an experience of the sublime, and live entirely ascetic, isolated lives where they have nothing to do with anything, so they can leave this wretched shell of a mortal soul behind. That sound familiar to you? That sound like maybe a different tradition we've discussed? You see how it's all connected? You see how there's no hard lines between the traditions? The Rastafarians, hardliners of which often clash with the Kuria over their perceptions of black racial supremacy. They have this with all kinds of ethnicities, though. Like, this isn't an exclusively black thing, just to, like, make this clear. There's a lot of racist mages out there. And the Sisters
Yep.
of Gabrielle, and all
Like the
female
Swords of
order
Heimdall.
Umbranauts who keep a close eye on the side doors of reality to make sure no demons worm their way in. Some rather more unusual choristers might, for instance, be a bit of a more Levian Satanist type figure who thinks of Satanism as the one's way of analyzing the religious precepts that exist and directing the search for divinity inward to the avatar. Of course, you know, then all the
Yeah, I always
sacred
thought that was a
stuff
good-
like, you
that
know,
was a
dark
good
robes and
perspective.
satanic mass, maybe blood sacrifices, even though there's not really some that happens all that much in actual Satanism, would be part of the focus of that mage. Or perhaps a Catholic practitioner of a Caribbean voodoo who is dedicated to the idea that she, like, teaches people which of the lower that they can get into contact with are agents of God and the one and the divine, and which other ones are self-interested and much more comparable to demonic influences. Often seen as necromancers and just generally death mages,
Hey,
the
Zelda.
Chakravanti,
BJ
also
just
known
stepped
as
out
the
for a minute.
Euthanatoi, really don't like
He
to
will
be
be right
perceived that
back.
way. To them, death is just one of the spokes on the wheel of life, of reincarnation that
Chakravanti.
all existing things go through all of the time. Even the world itself spins on this particular wheel, and they find it a bit myopic that other mages would just
So the
focus
tradition
on
is
that
it's called the
particular aspect of
Euthanatos,
what they do. The way they
but,
see it, they are
internally they
mages
call
because
themselves
they
the
have been
Chakravanti.
chosen by some type of force to
I'm
be the
doing
stewards,
fine.
the guardians, the watchers over the great wheel that has this big universal cycle to make sure it continues spinning properly. To that end, they study the concept of dharma, which is the purpose that every person and being in existence has, and the purpose they need to fulfill in order to do their part in keeping the wheel a spin. Their own dharma is to be the embodification of the concept of karma, which is the thing that the actual force that keeps the wheel spinning.
Yeah, I think everyone knows
and
what karma
gives
is.
everyone their dharma. It's people's fate, basically,
Do
and
good
because
things-
the
good
Chakravanti
things
are
happen.
tasked with resolving a lot of, shall we say, rather weird deviations from how karma wants things to go.
It's alright.
They're given
My
a
knees
little bit
also
of
hurt when it's
leeway
cold
in
weather.
their methods, because people, especially sleepers, really love to stray from their dharma. So it's very important to guide them back to that purpose, because what can happen when
course.
people stray too far from their dharma is they can, like, disturb the dharma of others in, like, a domino effect. And you really don't want that to happen. And yes, okay, alright, sometimes that means killing someone who has strayed so far from their
Sometimes.
dharma that they can never possibly return. The Chakravanti do not fear death, they see it as just a next step, but they understand that it is a pretty drastic step that could be taken to keep the
Of
wheel
course.
spinning. And just so this is clear, straying from your dharma is not always a thing you have control over. For a
That's
lot
why
of
they
people,
get the bad
part of
reputation
their
of being
dharma
death
is
mages.
not to
But
be
they do
suffering.
so much more than that.
And yet they are suffering. This is something that the Chakravanti seek to correct. Killing someone to protect the wheel of karma is damage control, really. It's to make sure nothing else breaks as well. It doesn't really do much to set things back on their right path. The Chakravanti use a lot of different foci to do their magic. They have like soft music and meditation and recitals of all manner of liturgies, but most importantly, the recitals of mantras. Mantras are very crucial in the world of Chakravanti focuses. The purpose of these is to become an embodiment, to sort of put on the suit of a god that embodies the power over the cycle of life and death. This could be Kali, this could be Saint Anne,
Yeah,
this could
a
be
lot of the
Hades,
Chakravanti
this could be
work with
Demeter.
Kali for that
and
reason.
weapons also are important foci. They are tools of death. They need to be venerated and respected. But it's not like the Chakravanti need a gun to kill you. In terms of spheres on the Council of Nine Traditions, the Chakravanti hold the seat of entropy, which is indeed the power over decay, degradation, death, and chaos. It is the great cosmic recycler that breaks everything down into its barest
Yeah, I can see them
essentials.
working with
But,
Shiva too.
very important, there is a reason why, in certain times and places throughout history, the sphere of entropy was called the sphere of fortune. This is because entropy also governs the manifestation of chance and probability. You know the scene in Ocean's 13 where they go to Mexico to like put this powder into the dice making manufactory thing? And then they have the zippers buttons that they press, and the dice come out in the exact way that they want them to at the tables. That's entropy magic. That is entropy magic using an alchemical and technological focus. Through this power, the
I could definitely
Chakravanti
see that.
can and do orchestrate long, convoluted series of seemingly random events that put people on their right path to
Hey, welcome
Dharma.
back.
And yeah, that too, they can
Sorry,
kill you with
we're
that.
talking
They
about-
can
trying to
have
get
the
the
piano
kids to do
fall on there.
anything
It's
is like
entirely
pulling
possible.
teeth.
But it's important to stress
Yeah.
that they only do that as a last resort. All of this really explains why the Greek arm of the Chakravanti tradition, which is very big
It's like they
and
were told to do
influential
stuff
within
before
the
stream
tradition as a
started.
whole, sees themselves
And then I
as
find out
agents
that, no,
of the
they
fates.
just been sitting and watching
Chakravanti
TV and
history
not
is
doing
ancient.
anything,
They
so-
trace
and
their roots
bedtime's
back
getting
to the
close. I'm like,
Indus
hurry up and
Valley
get your stuff done.
civilization, which is like the oldest civilization that archaeologists know about. But they didn't really come into their own as an organization until the Himalayan Wars. During this war, by the way,
Who
a
are we
group
talking
of
about?
proto-Chakravanti
The
split
Chakravanti,
off and
the
went to
Thanatos.
Egypt to make a deal with
okay.
the mummy to become the Nagaraja bloodline of Vampire the Masquerade.
I love
which you
those
can
guys.
hear all about in my video about
Yeah.
Vampire the Masquerade bloodline.
They get
that I
along
think
so
are
well
cool.
with the
When
Senites.
Alexander the Great tried and failed to conquer India because
They were
it's
actually created as a
India,
direct
it's pretty
influence
fucking
of the
big.
Thanatos.
A lot of Chakravanti found themselves
Cool.
befriending Greek death priests who, while they were doing like mercy killings on the field against people who were like not supposed to suffer,
nom, nom,
your
nom,
final
yes.
moment summoning.
I can
Or,
see
you
them
know,
working
healing
with
the
Shiva
ones
as well.
that could still be healed and whose purpose was
Oh,
to
it's
be healed
Zelda!
and
Hey!
keep on going. That was the beginning of the global diversification of the tradition because they found they had a lot of common ground, a lot of mutual respect for each other and each other's practices. And because the Council of Nine is a Eurocentric organization, the Chakravanti were actually known as the Euthanatoi until 2001,
Euthanatoi?
even though the original tradition was formed back in India, and then the Greeks like merged with them. Chakravanti ranks are based on experience and wisdom, and the higher in rank a mage is, the less they are expected to follow the commands of their superiors. A few of the classic sects, groups, and factions within the Chakravanti include the Devasu, a group of warriors who protect members of the tradition who are often very gentle and kind-spirited against threats from the outside, usually based on prejudice. And to do this, they use bow and arrow magic in martial arts. The Philid, village patrons, usually found in the British Isles that make sure the dead stay in their graves, and the Chakramuni, who take deep delves
are the ones that are also
into the
vampire
world
hunters.
of the dead to
Yeah.
keep tracks of
How's that working out
goings
for
on
'em?
there and various reincarnations
out of
that are
Ireland.
occurring, so that the
Eh?
tradition at large is always knowledgeable about what's going to happen next. Some unusual Chakravanti may include like a stage magician, maybe a little bit fatalistic, maybe a little bit emo, who is also extremely good at blackjack and poker, or perhaps straight up a necromancer who studies the concept of death by temporarily
Yeah,
reviving
necromancers.
corpses. Such Chakravanti do exist. They're just seen with a lot of suspicion by the rest of the tradition,
haters
and
gonna
also
hate.
pretty easy to spot because they quickly accumulate the death resonance jaw. The
like
Kavari,
in the
also known as
Prestige.
the Dream Speakers, are the most diverse
Yeah.
of the 9 traditions. Partly because part of their
The Dream
foundational
Speakers.
process was the idea
Yeah,
that
the
this
Kavari.
is the tradition of miscellaneous minorities around the world who believe that trees have souls. I'm pretty sure that when they came up with Mage,
Yeah, so the
originally,
Dream
they
Speakers
made
are the ones that work
Kavari,
the
which were
best
then
with
only called
werewolves.
Dream Speakers.
Okay, well that
And
makes
then
sense.
this is the one if you want to play a shaman.
Tree
from an
huggers!
ethnic group. Any ethnic group could be African, could be Native American, could be
I hit a
Aboriginal,
werewolf with a rolled up
Australian.
newspaper and
What's
got
the
away with
difference,
it.
Really? Then that's when you would have went.
I am
with
very
this
proud of that
tradition,
fact.
Which, I mean, let's be honest. That's a little bit iffy. That's a little bit problematic. A little bit, it doesn't sit right. But they actually managed to transform
Doesn't
this into
sit right.
something very cool and self-aware by basically going, look, the Council of 9 Traditions, it was founded in Europe in the 15th century. It's going to be Eurocentric. It's going to think about European shit. Most of the traditions come out of Europe. The technocracy comes out of Europe. That's the enemy that they're fighting. So no matter the relatively progressive values that they had for their time, that time was still the 15th century, and they have since learned and adapted to new global
The
paradigms.
time was still the 15th
But even back
century.
then, all of these different groups forced together into the same category to fight a greater enemy so they could have allies. They realized that they did have something in common after all. And it wasn't just being considered savages by Europeans. They were animists of some description in their many different ways. Their magic paralleled and that they approached it as a conversation with spirits. It was all about communicating with the spirits that rely in the umbral realms. Primarily the Middle Umbra, but there's a lot of room for different kind of stuff here. On the Council of Nine Traditions, their seat is that of spirit, the magic relating to the energies, the properties, and the geography of the penumbra. It allows practitioners to walk the line between the real
I like the way
he said that.
blood and the immaterial
I was
world
just
that runs
speaking of his
parallel to
accent.
it, made of magic and
Penumbra.
including beings that are made of magic. Mages use the sphere of spirit to communicate with the, spirits that exist on the other side of the gauntlet, which is the barrier between this world and the other one. Or really the other ones, plural. There's a whole can of worms, just the amount of stuff that exists out there. There's at least 3 main ones relating to mind, nature, and death, and then there's a bunch of regions and zones, and sometimes they overlap and other times they don't, and it's the barriers between them are not really entirely clear, and there's different ways of accessing different ones. Let's not get into that today. Skilled spirit mages can't just project their minds onto the other side. They can actually physically step over and summon,
that's what makes stream speakers
bind,
dangerous.
banish, do all manner of things with the spirits that exist there as representations of concepts that are in the real world. And I really need to make clear that I'm using the term real
So,
world very
Inception.
rhetorically
What the
here
fuck?
to communicate
Sort of,
what
yeah.
I mean. You can even walk into deep space if you're powerful enough. Taking care of the worlds beyond is something that a lot of Karvadi spend most of their time doing, helping them heal and maintaining them from the fallout of magical natural phenomena, but also often the carelessness of other mages. Their foci are immensely diverse, including anything that you've ever imagined some tribal shaman use to perform the rituals that they perform. Right, you have dances, you have animal calls, you have the peace pipe. A very classic standout one is that the practitioners will allow themselves to become possessed by certain spirits in order to achieve specific effects. So to many, who
No,
is
I don't like that
possessing
idea.
whom is somewhat more
Oh, that's
questionable.
awesome.
This is mainly
I had,
derived from West African magic.
I had a dream speaker. His name was Stranger, and he was a Native American. But he was called Stranger because that's what the Americans called him, and he had been alive for thousands of years. So he just adopted the name Stranger. But he was one of the only ones that could go toe to toe with a werewolf, barehanded. And his brother was actually his biological brother was actually a werewolf. It just so happens.
I was referencing being possessed, willingly being
No,
possessed.
Yeah, because what he would do is he would ask the spirit of Brother Bear to lend him his strength, so the two spirits would fuse into one.
Okay, I could see how that would be neater. I don't like the idea of letting some stranger in my body and be like, "Here, you're in control now. Jesus, take the wheel." I'll be like, "Nope."
No, it's not like that. It's more of allowing the spirit into you, so this way you can accomplish certain. You're still very much in control. You're just letting the spirit do its thing.
It still sounds a little bit like sex.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with the dream speakers as well as the verbena, there's a lot of sex magic involved.
Oh God, it's Baldur's Gate 3 all over again, letting the bear come into you.
Yeah, it can be.
Magical traditions where this is a very common thing to happen in many voodoo and sort of voodoo adjacent circles, and also it has become
Smex
very
magic.
popular.
Well, isn't there-
historically?
Excuse me, what about of course, Zelda gets attracted when we talk about sex.
Different disparate traditions united
No,
into the
there's another
Kavadi,
tradition
some
that's
of
much
these
more about the
practices
sex magic.
have become very popular, even if they have no common cultural connection. They have learned.
I bet you did.
The Kavadi have
Bruh.
paid a heavy price for being who they are. Mages from other traditions have historically been perpetrators of the horrors of colonialism. They were participants in
Not
the
Aizawa again,
enslavement
shit.
of the various people groups that the Dream Speakers come from. Many were the times where the Kavadi used their political influence with the council to try and counteract the genocides committed against their peoples, with varying degrees of success. And even in the world of mages, there's a lot of racist stereotyping. As perhaps a little bit of a silver lining, the Kavadi are probably the tradition.
I mean, they're stereotyping through, I think,
to resolve
every
internal
World of Darkness
and stand together when it's
system.
necessary. An impressive feat considering the sheer
I used to
range of
love
different approaches to magic that
I used to love reading the different viewpoints in the old clan books and stuff, like Bruja clan book, and how you're viewed by others and how others how you view others, and stuff like that in the Guru tribe books and stuff like that too. I loved reading those. It gives you a good insight into the roleplay aspect. Now, you don't have to play the stereotype, but for a first-time player, it helps a lot to see this is what you're playing.
Yeah, it definitely is a good idea. That's usually the problem I would have trying to help people learn mage the first time, because if I told them, you don't have to play a tradition, you can play any type of mage you want, immediately they'd be like, well, I don't want to play a tradition. It's like, yeah, but you've never played the game, so I would strongly recommend you choose a tradition, at least for your first character. This way you understand how things flow. Once you get more comfortable, then we can talk about you playing a craft, which is basically it's similar to playing a caitiff, but not as restrictive as a caitiff. But I digress.
Oh, you I was going to respond to you, Rosa, but it looks like you found out all on your own.
In the tradition, it probably helps their diplomatic skills that part of the job has always been to mediate between the spirit world and the world of civilization. Lately, though, with the technocracy having truly taken over and actively stamping out many of the tribal belief systems from around the world, with the gauntlet thickening, becoming more difficult to pass, and the penumbra becoming increasingly calcified by the actions of pattern spiders. The Kavadi are finding themselves in a place where they need to innovate in order to survive, even though they have great respect for their ancient traditions, especially considering that a lot of the time they are the last remnants of whatever culture they are from. Many have started to turn to new types of spirits that have only recently begun appearing.
Yeah,
many, especially younger Kavadi, have
the Ghost Wheel Society. What's that?
It's okay. So for you know how in Vampire there's bloodlines, which is kind of you're a type of whatever, but you're slightly different. Yeah. Well, for mages, they have what's called what's it called? I think it's I forgot the name. I think it's called a legacy. So you can choose what legacy you're from, and there's a legacy called the Ghost Wheel Society, which is basically it's a group of of dream speakers that they believe in documenting and carrying on their legacies through the internet, and they're really interesting because we get a lot of Ghost in the Machine type of stuff. They're really interesting to me. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds interesting. I like that idea.
Begun to commune with spirits of plastic, fiberglass, and stainless steel. Spirits that inhabit the virtual world of data are also increasingly important to their work. After centuries of survival through adaptation and a sort of subterfuge syncretism, the Kavadi have a lot of experience at taking this particular path. A few of the classic groups, sects, and factions within the Kavadi...
That gives me ideas. I mean, with AI becoming so prominent now, that would be a big thing in a game like that.
Yep. Just wait till we get to the virtual adepts. They're all about that shit.
I'm waiting for someone to have an AI program be their fucking avatar or something.
That could be, yeah.
The Baruti, storytellers originally from Africa and still predominantly there, though many of them have traveled to the southern United States, whose focus is to find and learn the stories of various different people and peoples and seek the power of their retelling. The Red Spear Society, a tightly organized and very much militant group that seeks to reclaim their various legacies from around the world. And the Spirit Smiths, a loose organization of creators and maintainers of magical artifacts that originated in northern Finland. And basically what they do is they make sure that the right fetishes are in the hands of the right people at the right times, and also not in the hands of the wrong people at the wrong times. Some rather unusual Kavadi might include someone who sees himself specifically as the magical guardian of a particular city, communing with the spirit of that city and ensuring that the penumbra around it is in good health. Or perhaps someone who uses
Excuse me, did he just say fetishes? Not that kind of fetish!
Spirits she finds
Yeah,
in the wild,
so fetishes
and
are
using
magical
her
items.
powers to, in a very
magical items. Like totems, stuff like that. Not...
They're typically what like voodoo practitioners use.
Wow, your mind is just right in the gutter. What the fuck?
very literal sense.
I thought I was
push
bad.
back the
Damn.
tide of climate change. Youngest among the 9 traditions are the virtual adepts, or the
Here we
mercurial
go.
elite. So some people will say that the mercurial elite is a specific subgroup of the virtual adepts, but then it's a very big subgroup of the virtual adepts, and then others say, no, we're all part of the mercurial elite. That's the real name of the tradition. It's a whole big mess of misnomers.
Yes, I remember last night. Holy
how
shit.
Terminology should be
Drink some
applied.
water,
It's
you
ironic
thirsty
that
bitch.
they have no unified software standard. And what they are is the technomancers that alter the code of reality itself. You've probably seen The Matrix. Everyone has seen The Matrix. That is basically the virtual adepts' approach
that's what the
to the
virtual adepts
universe.
do.
They think of everything that exists as a sort of highly complex mathematical simulation. And if you are able to change the source code of that simulation, you can do anything. All that unrealistic shit they do with computers at CSI, child's play to the mercurial elite. Now, obviously, you must think, oh, this is rather a recent tradition, and that is true, though they can trace their earliest roots back to ancient Greece, Egypt, and China, where the first mathematical concepts were explored and even used for magic. Especially during medieval Europe, though, and the dominance of the celestial chorus, and all of the very sort of Christian stuff that was very strictly enforced, mathematical thinkers were often considered heretics, and so had to hide.
Yep.
One of their major refuges was the Middle East, where mathematics, and especially higher mathematics, was not in fact considered heresy, but sort of worship of the great creation of Allah. The precursors of the virtual adepts were highly valued by influential sheiks, sultans, and caliphs, but among mages, they were always sort of odd for their unconventional approach to magic as a function of mathematics. This is why in Europe they became an instrumental part of the foundation process of the technocracy, part of the order of reason as it was known back then, to throw off the
I
shackles
love the Order of Reason, though.
of religious superstition.
They're
So for the
assholes, but I
longest
love
time
them.
they existed as a prominent
Okay, elaborate.
Okay, so the Order of Reason is basically the precursor to the technocracy.
Yeah. Well, is there
It's
more to it?
There's more to it. It's basically they were like, we are the ones that protect regular people from the things that go bump in the night, and it's basically very like fire and brimstone type of like Inquisition. It's like, you don't make sense. You know, I'm mandated by God to destroy you.
Oh, so they're the Bureau of Paranormal Research and Defense.
No, they're a lot worse. See, because the Bureau of Paranormal Research and Defense will work with supernaturals. In fact, recruit some. The Order of Reason's like, nope, you're a heretic. You should be burned at the stake. You're immune to fire. Okay, you'd be drowned at the stake.
Okay. Well, that's awkward. Well, it was
They're
just you
very-
said they go against the things that go bump in the night, and that immediately reminded me of the BPRD.
Yeah, of course, yeah. It's an easy connection to make. But this was during, I think, the 1400s, 1500s. So this is very like medieval, like he's a witch, burn him, type of thing.
The Inquisition.
These were actually the ones that started the Inquisition. The Inquisition was.
I
their,
thought
like,
that they said
moral-
the Celestial Chorus was started the
Yeah.
Inquisition.
So there are members from the Celestial Chorus that are in the Order of Reason.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then.
Yep.
There we
Because
go.
the ones that stayed in the Order of Reason became the Templars, like the Knights Templars,
Okay.
and the ones that were like, "Whoa, hey, are we the bad guys?" They went back to being Celestial Chorus.
Are we the bad guys? I love that.
there you go.
Technocracy
That's
especially
crazy.
founding themselves as the
I've had plenty of those
difference
questions in
engineers
the game.
in the early
Are
19th
we-
century.
are we
and
the bad guys
constructing
here?
The first proto version of the digital data web. The web datasphere, also sometimes known as Reality 2.0 or even 3.0, is a sort of umbral zone that overlaps all the other umbrae but also exists independently of it. It's a type of fully immersive virtual reality which contains all electronics and calculatory devices through which electricity flows, all which run on some form of mathematics. In other words, the virtual adepts laugh at the concept of air-gapping your computer. It's still a machine that does maths, therefore it is part of the web. Though it has its own paths and geography, all of that is of course an illusion because it is all part of the same singular point. Like how you experience the internet, right? It's everywhere all the time, but you don't have to go there. Everything is just served up to you where you are sitting. The concept of distance doesn't really exist all that much over there. But it only truly popped into existence in its modern form when it was created by Alan Turing, who was a mage, in the 1940s.
Yeah, like
he was
Stuart
also
explained.
then, like, assassinated.
Wait, what?
Rosa said it's giving serial experiments lane. Yep, that's a good anime.
I never watched it, so I don't get the reference.
It's a very hard watch your first time because you're like, I don't understand what's going on. And it's not until like the last 2 episodes you're like, oh, now everything makes sense. So
Okay.
I don't recommend it to people who like are like very into like shoujin like action type of mangas, anime stuff. Because I mean, not to sound like a jackass, I just don't think that they're in the right brain space for a mind fuck.
Well, I've been, I don't mind animes like that. I like ones that really make you think and stuff. And,
that's a good one for that.
I just haven't gotten around. I've had it recommended a few times, and I just never got around to it because there's always something new or something else. I'm like, oh, God, I got too much to do. And then it kind of goes on the back burner and I forget. And then somebody brings it up. I'm like, oh, yeah, that one that I told myself I was going to watch and never did.
It happens.
There's so much. Their anime is just insane now. Back when I was younger, it was like hard to find any, and now it's like it's fucking so everywhere.
It's everywhere. Yep. It's almost too much. If I'm being honest, it's like a freaking like oversaturated.
If I'm being honest, I'm very fond of power fantasy isekai.
There's no shame in that.
Like I always liked it naturally and never really thought about it, and now that I think about it, I think it's because that's what I want to do. I mean, I don't think it's far-fetched for the crippled guy in the fucking chair to be like, I want to go to another world, be able to walk again and be uber powerful, tell everyone to eat a dick. But
yeah,
I would be that asshole, though. I wouldn't be the one like, okay, I got to keep a low profile. I'd be like, no, fuck you. That would be me.
By the technocracy, though they still deny this. And this incident, along with a whole list of other tension points that the virtual adepts always had with the larger
I watched the same stuff I watched when I was a teen.
Leaving the
Like what?
technocracy and becoming a magical
Rosa.
tradition. They were quick to join the
the
Council of
first
Nine
anime I
Traditions,
ever
where they were
watched
given the
that was like
recently
considered
vacated seat of
anime
correspondence,
was
a
Vampire
sphere
Hunter D.
obviously rather suited to
That's a
them,
good
and
one.
one that's immensely powerful in the modern world, though, let's be honest, it didn't used to not
Because, like, there
be
was
powerful
anime, but
before.
you didn't
The sphere,
know
of
there
course,
was anime, like Robotech and Sailor Moon. They weren't called anime. They were, like, on TV in America, and we just didn't know the term anime at the time, you know?
Yeah, you just watched what was on because it was cool.
Trigun.
And there was nothing else like it.
I love the original Trigun. I mean, the remake, the new Trigun, is all right, but loving the original one so much, it just doesn't feel the same to me. Does that make any sense? I'm like, it's all right. I watched it. I didn't really see anything that I had a problem with, other than it was called Trigun. I'm like, well, the original one I felt was better.
Yeah, I can see that.
Correspondence might perhaps better be called the sphere of space, but that would imply that it is the very
The remake is
illusion
closer to the
that it
manga
isn't,
canon,
because it turns out, and this is true, not just data is a sort of sphere that is only one point. All of reality is actually in one place. And by realizing this, one can bend the shape of reality to one's needs. This has simple applications like clairvoyance or being able to project messages over great distances, but also stuff like levitation and teleportation, making spaces bigger on the inside, even being in multiple places at the same time. And while more traditional mages use foci like crystal balls, rune-carved portals, and inflated sheepskins to have power over the sphere of correspondence, the virtual adepts use cyberdecks and quantum computers. Really anything that helps them do math works as a focus. They see reality as a simulation of some sort of mathematical source code. And I don't know if you've ever like modded a game or used even the cheat codes that are part of the game in order to do some debugging, but if you're not very careful, things can get hella wonky very quickly. And reality is way more complex than GTA 5. So if you're not careful, it's very easy to break it, and we all know what happens to mages who break reality. So it is a bit reductive to think of them as just software mages. It doesn't even nearly encapsulate the sheer range of things that they can do. Being a fairly young tradition and somewhat organized, and also already a splinter group of a splinter group of a splinter group, they don't have that many groups.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
That's my fucking washing machine.
Oh, jeez.
It's fucking going psycho. My daughter must have heard it and came running. She was like, oh, shit.
Okay.
We're washing the comforter on the bed. It's got to be unbalanced. That's the only thing I can think of.
Sects and factions internally, but they do have some specialist groups and groups that have particular political aspirations.
It's a lot. It is. It has moved across the floor.
To overthrow
I mean, it's always been like that. I need to get new stabilizers, whatever they're called.
Is mainly because the institutions of communism
well, they're like spring-activated things
the cipher
that go on the. They're like shock absorbers. There's 4 of them.
And the next
it's an older washer. I think I just need new ones.
Fully immersed in the virtual net to create a post-everything utopia. A rather more unusual member of the Mercurial elite might be a sort of more old-school mathematician.
Since we were talking about the washer, it's frustrating because I know how to repair so much stuff around the house, but now that I'm disabled, my wife hates that I have to tell her how to do it.
Yeah,
she didn't realize how much I did until, I couldn't do it anymore, and I was like, here, you do it. And she's like, no, I don't want to. Can't we just hire someone to fix it?
That costs money.
Yeah, it costs money. You save a lot of money doing it this way. Like, I repaired our air conditioner in the house, and the repair guy was like came in to check it, and he was like, you just probably saved yourself $900. I was like, well, yeah, that's why I did it.
All right.
Who does the math on a blackboard and maybe uses astrolabs and planimeters to do mathematical calculations? Or a rather more nature-oriented adept who seeks to catalog in a zoological fashion the ecology of the spirits that exist in the data web and how they interact with the other Umbrae? Because remember, a USB stick is also a kind of magic crystal. Now, I know that a lot of you are thinking, you know, all this sounds very cool, but I thought this setting was about magic. So where are my wands? Where are my spell?
The Order of Hermes. I want to focus on this one. I have a USB stick on my desk that I'm very proud of. It's a Decepticon logo. And it's made of solid steel. The thing is heavy as fuck. But the middle, like
it's a JO crystal.
Oh God, no! Now that I know what it is, God damn it!
Yeah, she's the one that inflicted that upon me. So.
No, the middle of the Decepticon logo, you know how there's like two spikes in the middle? That's the part that comes out and is a USB stick.
Nice.
The rest is like a holder. And I don't know where it went. I lost it in a move. I had a Ravage, like the Transformer, that turned into cool. I had Ravage that was a jump drive. It transformed from a memory stick to Ravage. It was awesome. I had like a little transforming data stick. It was great, and I fucking lost it. I'm so mad.
Casting incantations. Where are my pointy hats? Where are my ancient towers? Where is my weird sort of idiosyncratic parallel society hidden in the walls of the open society?
Oh yeah, if it's so great, why did they become Tremere?
For the Order of Hermes has got you covered. The ideas of the Order of Hermes date back to the earliest times in human civilization, with the invention of the written word, where people started to understand that words, whether spoken or written, had real power over the things that they represented. This is the origin of the most important focus of the Hermetic Order, the magic spell. The organization as we know it today was founded soon after the fall of the Western Roman Empire by a group of powerful mages who decided that they wanted to study and emulate the teachings of the ascended mage and factual god Hermes Trismegistus. This conclave thought of itself as the ultimate group of enlightened magic understanders. People who had achieved godlike power through discipline, study, and dedication. And it's easy to think that when you're a mega fucking jacked up, ultra powerful organization of unstoppable reality benders, you can just bend reality however much you want. However, from the very beginning, they were weighed down by the consequences of their own hubris. And the thing that they dedicated most of their time to doing was fighting amongst themselves and like with every type of supernatural creature that they found. One of the most bellicose factions of the Order of Hermes,
I don't think I'm too far to think that the Order of Hermes were pretty full of themselves.
Always at the center of some drama. And their leader's immense ego actually
like
ended up costing them magic itself when Tremere turned himself and his leadership played into a group of vampires. They suffered Gilgul and were henceforth forever disconnected from their avatars and unable to perform actual magic. Another
That's
thing
the real reason why. Okay, there's a ritual of banishment called Gilgul, and what that is the separation of a mage from their avatar. It's typically only done like as a punishment. And the thing is, they found out when you became a vampire, your avatar dies. So that's why they lost contact with their magic. And they're like, wait a minute, we knew all this stuff, and now it's gone.
It's just gone. Good job, guys. How'd that work out for it? See, I would have probably had 8. How about you test it out first before we go ahead and do this?
It's like that meme was like, congratulations, you played yourself.
Like making someone tranquil in Dragon Age.
Yeah, kind of.
Like, good job, guys. How'd that work out for you? They became vampires and they became unwoke. They went back to sleep.
And you fight all the time, and this is true, is that a lot of innocent people just get sort of chucked in the meat grinder too. Violence is not generally a surgical tool. Of course, the noble and really kind of aristocratic Order of Hermes didn't really care as to the fate of the peasants living in their domains. But those peasants were sort of tired of their bullshit and very happy to support the witch-hunting operations of the Celestial Chorus. Of course, those ended up hitting primarily the kind of people that were, like, not or only vaguely associated with the Hermetic Order. But even through all that, you know, peasant revolts, the Black Death, fucking the Inquisition, the Hermetic Order remained aloof, didn't care about any of it. And, you know, to an extent, rightly so. I mean, they were an immensely powerful organization with access to a lot of arcane secrets. Every swade taken out of them by the paw of a gigantic tiger was like a bee sting. It doesn't matter that you have 1,000,000 high-powered pumps when the thing you're trying to suck dry is the fucking ocean. When it came to the world of sleepers, the Hermetics were, and always had been, deeply embedded in the halls of the rich and powerful, the secret societies of occultism that pervade the upper
Rosa, they
classes.
lost
Their
Riz.
reach extended everywhere, and they had no shortage of sponsors. Except, of course, if you ignore your problems long enough, eventually they come back to fuck you in the ass, and that is exactly what happened to the Hermetics, who were
Happens to me all
suddenly
the time.
finding themselves almost alone, without allies, confronted with a new foe, the Order of Reason, who were playing their game.
Gotta go.
but
Talk to you later.
better.
Later,
Imagine
Rosa.
the debasement and the
Have a good one.
shame of having to stoop so low as to co-found the Council of Nine Traditions, along with the prayer bead sucking supplicants and the Afro-spiritist savages. Nowhere is the fact that every tradition includes mages that specialize in any sphere better exemplified than in the Order of Hermes. Because even though it was clear that it was going to be one sphere of magic per tradition, only one, many of the especially conservative members of the Order of Hermes were insulted that this rule would actually be adhered to for the Order of Hermes. I mean, they were exceptional. They were the best of mages. Even though they were of the opinion that they should have been given all of the seats, ultimately the Order of Hermes was given the seat of forces, which regards the transfer of energies, be that motion, combustion, or discharge. In other words, it is the sphere of fireballs and lightning bolts.
Yeah,
But it's not just
right.
earthquakes and hurricanes that can be created, controlled, and diffused with forces. Light and sound are also manifestations of forces. They are excellent tools of stealth by creating cloaks of invisibility or phantom sounds and imagery. And just to make this clear, it is the manipulation of energy in both ways. You can add energy to a system so you can make things hotter. You can also subtract energy from a system. You can make things colder. Although, of course, philosophically speaking, the adding energy to make it hotter and retracting energy to make it colder is a modern scientific paradigm. They would often think of making it colder as adding cold energy. The effect is ultimately the same. The reason the Hermetics ultimately chose forces as their seat is because it looks flashy, and it makes them look like wizards in a very obvious way. The Order of Hermes likes to claim that it takes the best, most gifted magical applicants up into its ranks.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
the
yeah.
real truth of the matter is that it very often are people from rather privileged backgrounds.
Yep.
That does not, however, mean that they are mollycoddled just because they're like upper-class aristocrats. Apprenticing in the Order of Hermes is fucking tough. They're a very hierarchical organization, and students are expected to obey the commands of their teachers. They also love secrets. Oh, secrets! How they love them. And the more advanced, the more powerful,
They're very much
the
like
more
that secret
responsible
society
you
type of
become in
stuff.
the Order, the more access you get to those secrets, but also the more like
You just hate it when
involved in
you're
Hermetic
trying to think of a
politics and
word
more
and you can't
isolated from
fucking
the
remember
outside
it, and
world
it's something you
become.
use all the
You
fucking
know,
time, and it just
like a cult. You can
Come
see
on, when
where
you need it.
Patromia gets its
Yeah.
structure from, right? Like you can see the parallels. The Order is organized into houses named after their founders. You know, like Hogwarts, except everyone is Dolores Umbridge. Oh, except for House X Miscellanea, which I swear to God is just a house that they made to put in all the other houses that weren't like pure-blooded enough for them. So I guess everyone is Lucius Malfoy as well. Some of these houses include House Flambeau, who are powerful war mages and traditionally represent the order on the council. House Shaea, probably the oldest of all the houses, which nonetheless was even...
Remember the word!
What
So-
word was it?
I know it feels kind of pointless now because it's. But basically, the Order of Hermes is the order of nepotism.
Yep, I can see
So
that.
they were like the keepers of true names, like the things that actually hold power over all objects in the world. Considered part of House Ex Miscellanea until the 80s because, you know, they were brown people from Egypt. And House Solificati, an order of alchemists and transmuters who have, over the course of history, been aligned with all of the major factions, not because they are fence-sitters, but because they really love betraying people. Given the strict nature of the order, it is unusual to be an unusual hermetic, but this might look like someone with a fascination for the modern trappings of
You mean
cyberspace
Lucius
who uses
Malfoy? No, we
technological
don't.
devices
No.
as part of
Lucius
their
is
hermetic
fine.
magic. There's a lot of
I think you have a
mysticism and
typo there.
hermeticism in like the
Misspelling.
circuitry and on circuit boards. Have you ever looked at those? It's kind of cool. Or specifically a collector of non-European, non-hermetic spells that are learned, studied, deconstructed, and put back together as real, proper hermetic magic. The Sahagia were, until very recently, known
The cult of
primarily as
ecstasy.
the cult of
Yeah,
ecstasy. And
those
yes,
guys.
that does mean everything you think it means, but also more. They changed it because people were very focused on the everything you think part and like kinda ignoring the but also more bit. The Sahagia are all about breaking the illusion of reality by perceiving the world through different altered states of consciousness. According to them, all the petty concerns and the material barriers to human perception are in place to protect us from the truth of perceiving the totality of everything,
That's not
which
what I said.
would
No, you
drive
didn't.
us mad.
It was a
The
typo.
path to
I saw
ascension
that.
to the Sahagia is to take
It was definitely a
peace
typo.
behind that veil anyway, so they can contemplate the actual truth of it while having enough time to, like, gather their understanding. They utilize various different foci to perform their magic, and yes, drugs are one of them, but, you know, not the only one, and there is a
And
general
sex.
agreement that some drugs are
Yep.
more useful than others. But anything that heightens the senses or makes us view the world from an altered perspective is game, like sex, music,
Yep.
imagination, a runner's high. And though, yes, they do have a bit of a reputation for making sex cults, they do realize that that's just one of the ways that exist to escape the illusion of reality. Pain,
one
suffering,
way.
exhaustion,
No, I call
hopelessness,
him
submission.
Lucius
All
Malfoy.
of
That's
these
his name,
things
Lucius.
Are ways
Lucius,
in
see,
which one
typo.
can experience what they call
I-
lakashim. A
I know you
moment
have
of
trouble with
complete
spelling. It's that whole
there was a
dyslexic
time
thing.
during colonialism when there was like a bunch of horrible shit happening in the world, where a lot of the Sahagia really embraced those sort of negative approaches to the altered state of consciousness. A little much. They were doing it more than they had previously, like they were raging
shit.
against
What
the
happened?
machine a lot, and they were inflicting madness and
Here,
fury and
I got a
irritation
meme that
on
I really
other
like. I'm gonna
people as
put it
well.
in the
Like, that's
chat.
a big part
Okay,
of
no
their
worries.
ethos is to bring others these greater experiences, except here the greater experiences are not that great. Now, in fairness, they did
Why
use
weren't they that
these
great?
things as weapons to
I know,
rend
the video
the
kinda pooped for a second.
minds of the imperialist forces, and not
Oh, it's
just
not-
as
it's
like
pooped.
the native people
Why did it poop?
resisting the occupation, but also as free thinkers in
I'm
the
checking.
West trying to destroy the systems that were exploiting people all over the world. But they did this so
I mean, he's
much
still
that
talking.
Shazar, the mage who brought the
it's
tradition
just the video,
together
yeah.
initially in the Renaissance, and whose actual idea it was to form the Council of Nine Traditions because he had seen into the future and noticed the fact that the technocracy was ruling everything and that something would
There you
have
go.
to be done against that. He projected this illusion of himself into the future because he had seen that the Sahagia would, in this fight against against the technocratic paradigm lose their path, to remind them that being Sahajiya
Nice.
is not about sowing madness and chaos,
Oh, now it disappeared
but
again.
joy and happiness.
What the fuck?
It is a great and important taboo within
Oh,
the
I think I know
tradition
why.
to forcibly impose altered states of consciousness.
It's because I have an image open. I want to share it with the chat.
Okay, cool.
There we go. I got it invisible. There we go.
Yeah.
Let me. I gotta shrink it. It's too big for my screen. Wrong one. Could you stop being difficult? There we go. Now it'll fit. When you're playing an ecstatic and the storyteller says, "Ready your foci."
Yep. I mean, it's
I
not
did
wrong.
not, but there are people I've played with that have done this. And yes, of both sexes. It was not just men whipping out their shit. And they didn't actually whip out their shit. It was roleplay. They pretended. There's nothing like people pretending to whip out their shit and having a toilet paper roll fight. Or a paper towel roll, whatever. I guess it depends on the person.
On other people, especially for the indulgence of one's own rage fantasies. He did, however, concede that he understood why they were doing these things, because it was an unprecedented time almost. And it is, according to him, the purpose of the Sahajiya to bring in new ideas to set people on paths to personal enlightenment. And then there was the excess of the 1920s and 30s and the horror of the wars and the psychedelics of the 60s and 70s, and then there was the crackdown of the 80s, and then this constant struggle between conscientiousness and consumerism. That is how the Sahajiya waged war against the technocracy. If their history seems a bit circular and convoluted, that is because on the Council of Nine Traditions,
they have time.
their sphere is
Oh
that
my god,
of
that's so much
time.
fun.
And that may sound like a bit of an exclusive sci-fi thing, but
easily
do consider
getting
that
paradox
receiving
slapped
visions
by.
from the past and the future are very much
I've seen many people
traditional
get in
things
trouble.
for mages to have. It comes with the understanding that time is not, in fact, a simple, universal, one-directional force, but a much more vague and chaotic
I don't know if it's an
phenomenon. Not all
actual
parts of the
character,
stream flow at the same
but
speed.
my
There's worlds
friend,
and
when he
eddies.
would
There's
run,
deep parts and shallow parts.
when he would run
Sometimes it
time
pulls you under,
backlash,
sometimes
whenever
it
somebody would
goes
get in trouble,
underground,
they'd meet this old
sometimes
man named
beside the
Wrinkle.
aqueduct, and sometimes
Yeah, he's an
gets
established
pumped
character.
backwards.
He's
And
a
yes,
one time.
powerful masters of the time sphere can very much do time travel, but it also allows you to do cool stuff
I
like
met Wrinkle so many
accelerating or
times, I was
slowing
like,
down
God
time, so
damn.
you can do like bullet time type stuff, or you could go to alternate universes. Being the very
He had. I'm sorry. Hey, we
No,
got
go for
into
it.
talking about Wrinkle.
Go
I
for it.
almost Diablerized like a 5th gen Salubri. I was
Okay.
like inches. I was just, he got saved by Wrinkle because it was a plot line that had been established that I was unaware of.
I would just call that shitty GMing, because a good GM would just let it happen and roll with it. Be like, well, the best laid plans.
It was already planned. It's almost like having the merit like Destiny.
I mean, I suppose, but my GMing style is a lot different.
Like I said, he ran a good game. This was the good game. And this was something they explained it to me later. It was established for a long time, but of course I wasn't involved, so I was unaware of it, and I was very upset. I was like,
I still would have rolled with it though, because my favorite thing at all is, and you actually learn this from the Euthanatos, is that not everyone's death is going to be going out with a bang. Sometimes it's with a whimper. And as a result of that, it doubles over into storytelling, just the nature of storytelling. Any game that's like real, and by real I mean like if it's supposed to feel alive, like things are happening, regardless of whether the players are there or not. And that means, hey, somebody was in the right place at the wrong time. Well, they get the consequences or reward of that.
I always liked the merit 9 lives, speaking of that.
Yeah, no, that was good.
But yeah, he basically had a destiny. He had the merit destiny without having the merit. Is the way it was explained to me, that there was shit set up. I was like, God damn it. And I mean, he was a fucking 5th gen Salubri. They're like, he's one of the last of his kind. We need to keep him safe. And Wrinkle came and saved him. I was like, that's bullshit. It was fine. It was just I was salty because when I read the book, and it gets to like the elder level disciplines and like the 9th level stuff. For Samedi, it says no Samedi has ever reached this level. I was like, I'm gonna be the first. I'm gonna be the first. Close. If I eat him, I'll have enough power to get a 9th level. I'll make my own. It'll be great. And then he fucking saved him. I'm like, God damn it.
Informal and international organization that they are, the structure of the Sahajia is much like Time in that it pushes sort of vaguely in one direction, but there's a lot of eddies and rivulets and like vortices that are also part of it that go at various different powers and directions. A lot of side streams, a lot of other ideas of what might happen. No real super formalized leadership. The most formal relationship is a sacred bond of mutual respect and responsibility between teachers and students. But that's about it. There's a strong culture of discourse and open conflict resolution. Democracy and consensus are major spiritual concepts for the Sahajia, which may explain why they are so adamant in fighting against like the single, universal, generalized, one-size-fits-all solution.
I mean, he's good, but I keep seeing him looking over at his script, and it's driving me nuts.
Trying to impose on the world.
Actually, what he's looking down at is the light on his He's looking down at the light on his microphone because this microphone was very faulty. So he was making sure.
Okay. It looks like he's looking at a script, to be honest. I mean, I've seen so many people read teleprompters and shit like that, and you watch the eyes. I just see him keep looking down in the same spot, and I was like, memorize your script. It's just, that's the actor in me, and having to spend so much time memorizing shit, it just drives me nuts when I see it. I'm like...
This is before he got his good microphone.
Organization that seeks to alter their state by enjoying the spoils of nature and the beauty of nature itself. And yes, they do take a lot of drugs that they can grow, but also dance and music and celebration are core aspects of their identity. The Hagalars, on the other hand, are a sort of like hardcore BDSM metalheads that represent Norse mythology being at war with Christianity. Though they comprise a minority within the group, there are a few, like, really neo-Nazi type people within the Hagalars. When you have a particularly vivid wet dream where some stranger that you've never met
unrelated. So, I guess it doesn't matter now since the Wolf game got pulled, but that was one thing that I had put in there, and I don't think the storyteller picked up on, which is Ragnar had the flaw, dark secret, from a dark family secret, and it's that his family was originated from the Swords of Heimdall, which I don't know if you know who the Swords of Heimdall are.
No, I do not. I know who Heimdall is.
Okay, so for the Get a Fenris, they're basically like a neo-Nazi group, but. The thing is, especially once he told me the original concept for the game, I was like, I want him to be originated from this, but I want him to be like caught in a sort of like a role play sort of like, hey, like the sins of my father do not define who I am type of thing.
Okay, I like that concept.
Yeah, I wanted to play on that, but we never got the opportunity to actually role play.
Yeah, I know.
And I don't think he realized, because I even put like what camp is he from? Like he originates from the Swords of Heimdall, and he's like, okay, cool. And I was like, okay, like I think somebody would question that, like, hey, I don't want any weird shit at my table, and it's like, no, this is purely for story stuff. I want this to basically be like his family is very like renowned, but by the same token, they also have a very deep shame because they were part of that shit. Or at least his ancestors were part of that shit, not him directly, of course.
Right. And by going after something like that, it'd be almost like retribution or trying to clear your name or
Trying to redeem the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's basically what the idea was.
Yeah, I like the idea. But never really happened.
Yeah, that happens. Anyways.
Imagined comes to you, that may be a ritual of the Ka'a. These ecstatics meet in secret temples at certain predefined times to drain energy from people from afar in the best way they know how. Some of the more unusual members of the Sahajiya might, for instance, be
usually
a cook,
it's like blood
a
sacrifice
chef type person.
Yeah.
And bear with me here because I think this is like a perfect representation, because not only is there like a certain degree of like craft and alchemy and dedication to cooking,
I feel like we should get Rosa one of those silly straws to help with her drinking blood.
But also, when you introduce people to new flavors and textures, it quite literally expands the horizon of their thinking. Or perhaps someone who brings people together to run role-playing game groups. I mean, think about this. You really are in there as a player, and also, of course, as the GM, as the master of ceremonies. And the people around the table change through the power of their imagination the way that they perceive the world into something entirely constructed and artificial. The understanding of that fictitious reality is very much a road to Lakashim. The Society of Ether, like the virtual adepts, used to be part of the technocracy.
They used to be the Sons of Ether.
Quite avidly so.
These are one of my
very
favorite
much
ones.
in agreement with the technocratic paradigm that science is the way forward. Science is the way to beat back the tide, and science is the way to conquer reality itself. But reason? Why does the science have to be reasonable? Can't it just be, crazy? They were actually founded based on the ideas from a single book, the Kitab al-Alakir. Specifically, more concretely, the core idea that they attach themselves to is the idea of luminiferous ether, which is a sort of fluid suspension that the universe supposedly rests in. According to the Kitab al-Alakir, the ancient civilization of Atlantis was powered entirely by this ether, and the Society of Ether thus concluded that actually the spheres of magic are all different manifestations of ether as a phenomenon. But in a shocking turn of events, in 1905, the technocracy decided to strike luminiferous ether theory from the consensus, doing the thing that they had done to various other concepts of natural philosophy like phlogiston and vis viva, throwing it under the bus. So the Society of Ether, when...
How dare you, sir? This is unacceptable. Imperialism, questionable, but we went along with it. But now you want to criticize, make unfit for practice our personal pet theory? How dare you, good sir? How very much dare you? I'm going to go be friends with the witches now. Ta-ta and farewell.
And that is how the steampunk pseudoscience wizards joined the Council of Nine Traditions. Because that's what they are. They're like Victorian,
Ironically, it's
Victor
not wrong.
Frankenstein type steampunk wizards. And you would think that they would have had a very difficult time joining, given that they had spent the last couple of centuries as an integral part of the organization that the Council of Nine Traditions was literally founded to fight against. But they were rather generous in their overtures, pushing aside old allegiances and collecting a lot of strays. See, at this time, science and reason had become such an important paradigm that a lot of mages were very interested in it and were using it as a focus for their magic. But they all then went to the technocracy, even if they were a bit reluctant about what the technocracy was actually doing, because they were the only ones accommodating that kind of magic. But now they didn't have to either be completely alone or join forces with this repressive organization that many of them had reservations about. Anyway, they could just join the Etherites, even if they didn't necessarily agree with their particular theory of luminiferous ether. And so, because it was a huge ideological victory, and they had had a vacant seat anyway because House Solificati had just betrayed them. What a surprise! They gave the Society of Ether the presidency over the seat of matter, which regards all of the static, matter. All the dead stuff that most things are made of. Dead in the sense that it's not usually alive. Like, it's just a thing that doesn't form part of the Wheel of Life energy recycling cycle. It's surprisingly difficult to put a pin in this.
You just get all that
just
stuff.
say, rocks.
Yep.
But it is very easy to understand what the sphere of matter gives you in terms of power. Matter really fits the Etherites. They are specialized in being tinkerers and building incredible magical devices that are not magic at all. They're absolutely science and technology. That's what matter allows you to do. You can understand the fundamental essence of physical objects, transmute physical objects into different physical objects. And especially in conjunction with other spheres, you can transfer just qualities of certain things.
That sounds like Full Metal Alchemist alchemy.
You can make hot ice
Kind of,
and
yeah.
plasma guns, unbreakable metals that can be shaped into any shape desired, sailboats that rise into the winds of space. Things taken from Jules Verne's wildest fever dreams. That is what the
I gotta mute
Etherites
myself again.
specialize in. And though most of them are built around a sort of Victorian steampunk aesthetic, that isn't necessarily the aesthetic that you need to go for. A perfect example for such a divergent Etherite is actually Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, straight up.
he's
And
a
because the
great
society has
example
become
of an
rather
Etherite.
open, he wouldn't have to rename the show into Richard and Mortimer or some shit. There is so much media that just
Richard and
becomes a
Mortimer.
lot better if you just imagine it's actually in the Mage the Ascension universe. Like, anytime something unbelievable happens where you go, oh, I know about this, that's not how this works, it's magic. It works because they're mages and they think it works. All movies are actually the Mage cinematic universe. A few of the classic group sets and factions within the Society of Ether include the Ethernauts, who explore the vast sea of space, of the ether in their spaceships, and they have spacesuits that look like old diving suits. The Aquanauts, who also do that, and also have that, except they do it underwater. They go into the deep reaches of the sea to find Rapture, and, of course, Atlantis. And, of course, the Cybernauts, who also do and have all of these things, but they do it in the sphere of data, this new sea, this new frontier that has opened up. They really should call themselves the Society of Nauts, because that's what most of them are. Unusual types of Etherites might be from any kind of genre aesthetic that you would
not
usually
like
put the
not this old timey slang for like adventure
on it, like trash punk and diesel punk and biopunk and whatever the fuck punk. It's not about the politics, it's just about the cool aesthetics. Or, there's still breakaways from the technocracy that end up joining the Society of Ether, so they might have this distinctive, like, G-Man type look with the hat and the glasses and the suits, and they might keep their gadgets sort of hidden, which probably won't help with the suspicion they'll be getting from all of the other traditions. And the last entrant on our list, the Verbena. They are the Kavadi, but white. Look, I really have the strong impulse to just, not say anything and end the video here, to, really do the joke, but I would really not be doing the Verbena justice. They are actually a distinct and unique tradition of witches and warlocks and druids and Gorti. They are the hexers of the wilds, the soothsayers from the hidden regions forgotten by civilization. To put it in vampire terms, the Verbena are basically the gangrel of the mage world. The main way in which they distinguish themselves from the Kavadi is not just that they are predominantly European. Both traditions actually have people from cultures all over the world. It's that they're not so much intermediaries with the spirit world as those who look at, contemplate, and live in the magic that flows through the marvel of nature. They think that magic is in everything that lives and everything that is part of the things that give things life. So, not skyscrapers of glass and steel, but fertile soil, absolutely. And they seek to harness that power to aid people in surviving the harsh and brutal realities of life in the wilderness. Verbena take great pride in the primitive looking aesthetics of their foci, in the wildness of it. Bone charms, sacred leaves, animal sacrifices, in fact a lot of stuff with
cats
blood
living
and
together.
other bodily fluids.
Mass hysteria.
Major foci for the verbena. The story of how they came into existence is actually once again rather similar to that of the Cavadi. Remember back when I was talking about the Order of Hermes and I said that the Inquisition was hitting the wrong types of mages for the shit that the Order did? I meant the verbena. They didn't live in castles, and they weren't integrated into the church either, like the celestial chorus. They were the Pellars, the soothsayers, living in the wilds, far away, where people went to when they didn't know what else to do. They cultivated that
way it was.
dark, mystical aesthetic.
Does that mean that they're still a little bit salty against the Inquisition and the celestial chorus?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Budding technocracy forced them, much like the Cavadi would do later during colonialism, to band together, even though they were all very different traditions.
I can already imagine,
descended of the first beings
of the celestial chorus, mistakes were made.
Don't ask, it's a whole thing, we don't have to. When, a few centuries later, the Council of Nine Traditions was formed, the verbena already had a lot of experience in managing a lot of different pairs of shoes under the same coat, so they were able to give the Cavadi, which were only then forming, a bunch of pointers to help them on their way, cementing the first connections in what would be pretty much the strongest political alliance within the council, if maybe you discount the virtual adepts in the Society of Ether. They were given the seat regarding the sphere of life, which is defined as all things that exist in the world that take in magic from the natural flow of magic, work with it, use it to fuel themselves, and ultimately expel it at the end, not just from poop and pee, but also because they die. It allows mages not only to deeply understand all of the things that live, but to also change them at a whim. They can heal wounds, but also cause cancerous growths. They can
I bet he does the H sound when he says whipped cream.
Other things into whatever living form that they desire. And when I say whatever they desire, that is what I mean. Tardigrades, sponges, and entire forests are just as reasonable as bears and sharks and mice. Even things that are completely impossible to exist in terms of life, but which spring entirely from the will of the mage, are on the table. So they really very strongly fill the niche of the druid, is what I'm trying to say. Given their deep connection to nature, they kind of shun civilization, which in the modern world is a bit of a problem, because civilization is slowly getting to be pretty much everywhere. Like the Cavadi, they see themselves as the guardians of ancient traditions of cultures that have often died out and no longer exist. But unlike the Cavadi, they are much too proud to adapt to this new paradigm, perhaps because the paradigm is so utterly different than what they were used to. There is some revival in interest in natural mysticism that has been happening, like neo-paganism and stuff, which of course the technocracy is working hard to stamp out. But if you are a verbena that chooses to pursue this path in the great cities of the world, instead of the craggy fjords of Norway where there's no other person within 100 kilometers, the rest of the tradition is likely to shun you for having strayed too far from the path. So really the future of the verbena is very much in doubt. A few of the classic group sects and factions of
they're one of my
the
favorite
verbena
traditions.
include the berserkers, mighty warriors who transform partially or fully into bears and use their animalistic fury to become unstoppable warriors. House Bjornair of the Hermetic Order, one of the founding members of the Hermetic Order, and actually put into the world by a verbena before the verbena were really a thing, who had strayed from her own path in order to pursue this great higher form of magic. But because their arts were about shapeshifting and fundamentally wild and sort of associated with the dark peasantry of the forests, in the Hermetic Order it was always seen as sort of second class, class, and eventually taken from being like a founding house to just being an ex-miscellanea. And so when the council was founded, they decided to join them instead. And the wives of the wood, a Scottish
Just makes
coven
sense.
of
Just
verbena
makes sense.
witches who were almost destroyed by the Inquisition because the Celestial Chorus, who they thought were allies, betrayed them. This has led them toward a rather dark path of mighty curses leveled against all those they suspect in their paranoia might mean them harm. An unusual verbena might indeed be someone who specializes in the parks of the great cities of the world. They have very vast and expansive green spaces sometimes, but of course the manicured lawns and the traffic noise would be quite the adjustment, and they would have to find a lot of new foci. Or perhaps someone who uses the scientific concept of the theory of evolution as the basis of their magic, that constant wild struggle for survival and for ideal fitness through adaptation that is already kind of the paradigm of a lot of verbena. Perhaps they use primitive rituals to do genetic engineering. And that's it. That is it. Holy fucking shit.
It's less of genetic engineering, more of just
somehow longer than the one about
adapting
the
the body,
13 clans.
working with the
As I
pattern.
mentioned, these are not the only traditions. There's a bunch of independent ones, and then there's the technocracy and the Nefandi, which we didn't even touch on today, and also whatever else the fuck exists within the many cracks and crevices of the mage world. If you play mage, your character is probably going to be from one of these 9 factions. They're supposed to be the default player factions. And of course, much like in Vampire, you can play a Sabbat
Because it
campaign.
just makes
That's
it easy.
entirely
I mean,
valid.
it
It's
makes more
something you
sense.
can
It's
do. You
easier
can
to
play a technocracy
understand for new
campaign
players.
in Mage, but if you do that, you should probably know the lore pretty well, I feel like. But as you may have noticed, though there is a lot of conflict and darkness in this particular setting of the World of Darkness, it's not quite as pessimistic and depressing as the other ones. Most of the traditions at least pay lip service to the concept of the betterment of humanity or the betterment of their communities, and mages are supposed to be good influences on the world as a force, just in general. Plus, also, they're not like by nature blood-sucking monsters that need to kill the people they love and lose more of their own humanity in order to become a mindless predator. Even the stated goal of the technocracy is ultimately
if they lose
positive
humanity,
and
they
like
do.
pro-humanity. They don't want to enslave humanity because they think mages are superior to it. They just have some very particular ideas on how to save it. Anyway, that is it from me. Yeah, I'm pretty exhausted from recording, so thank you very much for watching this video.
Yeah, your video is
like,
long as
comment,
fuck.
subscribe, share this to your relevant communities, but do not spam them. Consider supporting me on Patreon or Subscribestar, buying some of my merchandise or my short story collection. And in that spirit, what do you want me to say at this point? This was like what, fucking almost feature film length, this video? What are you trying to get some more fucking words out of me at this point?
Yeah.
See you around, cunts.
Well done.
You did pretty good.
Okay, what's this one about though? The other one you sent me.
This is about the technocracy. It's more in depth, but it basically expands upon what he said before. But I think it's a little more put together because
Oh yeah,
he's,
it's even longer. It's over 2 hours. Holy shit!
Yeah. We don't have to watch all 2 hours if you don't want to. I mean, it's up to you.
Well, I mean, the other one he covered all the traditions and did it in like an hour and a half. And then he goes, just the technocracy, 2 hours. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's mainly because he goes into explaining how the Order of Reason became the technocracy and the fallout that happened. And then he goes into the 5 conventions, because there's only 5 conventions in the technocracy.
All right. I don't think we'll get through the whole thing, but I am interested. I like the technocracy.
Yeah, go for it. If you want to, go for it.
It's like all of my characters, I hated them. Out of character, I love them.
Mage the Ascension is a pen and paper RPG about being a plucky magician who defies the dark realities of the world by sheer force of will. I already made a video on like the good guys from that setting, the 9 mystic traditions that span from
We just
the
watched.
wand swishing type wizard to the LSD taking type wizard. So today I'm going to be talking about the bad guys who are evil and they hate magic because the good characters use it. In Momo and the Grey Men, these are the Grey Men who are just, they're bad people and they're jealous of magic and that's why they want to destroy it. Meet Google Drive. I mean, the technocracy. I mean, sure, that maybe they do study magic for the purposes of, like, understanding it, researching it, and maybe they do classify the laws of the universe based on, like, a complex metaphysical system that includes analogous concepts to the 9 spheres of magic. But they just do that to, like, understand how magic works. They don't call them, like, weird mystical names like, oh, the spirit sphere. What a ridiculous concept. It's dimensional science. And yeah, sure,
Yep, they don't believe
maybe
in
they
science,
do
okay.
use the
Yeah, 'cause they don't believe in
understanding that they
spirits.
have of those spheres that aren't really spheres of magic to sometimes make things happen that ordinarily wouldn't happen. But that isn't magic, it's science. It's enlightened science, in fact, which is regular science, but gooder. And sure, maybe each of them is also in
Gooder.
contact with some sort of entity that guides them on their path to greater...
Okay, I'm sure he's probably going to cover it. But what made them decide what's real and what's not? Because, I mean, magic, technically, you can see it. So doesn't that make it real?
It has to do with the okay. I'd have to explain something called the scourging, which happened as a result of the game called Mage of Sorcerer's Crusade. Because in the beginning there was no paradox.
Okay,
That's
yeah.
why, like, in medieval times, people could, like, throw fireballs, do shit, and people would just be like, "Oh my god!" But there was no real consequences. Well, the scourging is. I'm trying to summarize it very quickly, but okay. So there was so much free-flowing magic, it basically made, like, hell.
Hold on a second. Hello, No Name. I got someone. I actually have a viewer on YouTube. I never get viewers on YouTube.
Hello, welcome.
Hello, No Name. You're enlightening right now. I bet you
How
are.
sweet. How sweet.
Okay, sorry for interrupting. Go ahead. I just wanted to show props to my first chatter on YouTube.
Yay. Okay, so basically there was a thing called the Scourge, which basically means, if you're familiar, like, with Warhammer, basically they were making, like, chaos gates that were opening, that were letting, like, demons, and not just necessarily demons, but, like, eldritch horrors kind of, like, start creeping into the, basically into the physical world.
Okay.
And that's what caused the Order of Reason to basically be like, no, we have to push back these monsters that exist beyond the beyond type of thing.
Okay.
So as a result of doing that, they inadvertently created the concept of paradox because they started educating people with science and basically being like, this is how we beat these monsters by educating ourselves, not believing in, like, hooky, weird, like crazy, like, religions and stuff. It's by cold hard science and reason and logic. That's how we beat these basically monsters of the night. So that's when the big paradigm shift happened between basically the Order of Reason to the technocracy, and that's why it happened.
Okay.
That's, like, very, like, quickly summarized up. He's going to touch on it, but I gave a little bit more than what he gave.
Okay. Yeah, No Name. It has teeth. You watched my last stream? Which last stream? Like, the last stream I did last night, I don't remember doing the it has teeth jokes. Oh well. Yeah, I played a Zimiche with a giant talking penis tentacle. And it spoke French.
Ooh la la.
It's still a running joke. A lot of my friends still bring that up every now and then. They just say it has teeth, and everyone knows exactly what they're talking about.
Mastery over enlightened science. And maybe those entities sometimes have, like, strange and deeply symbolic sort of, ways of popping into the worlds of these people, sometimes even mystical ones like dragons and fairies. Highly depends on the individual. Might also be a phone call voice that calls you sometimes. But those are not avatars or some other strange notion of like there being a divine shard that exists within all people, but only mages are attuned to it, and that's the defining characteristic that helps them bend reality to their will. That's just your genius. It's like a subconscious manifestation of your ideal enlightened self, and theoretically, like everyone has the ability to get a genius, but you are attuned to it, and that's what makes you enlightened. And of course, it's going to look strange and idiosyncratic. It comes from your subconscious. There's nothing magical about that.
Yeah, when we first watched this guy, at least together, I know you watched him before me. Okay, yeah, that was a good one, and that's why we decided to do this one, and maybe we'll make it a regular thing, watching this guy talking about World of Darkness. I mean, between the two of us, we have like decades of knowledge. I'm really more focused on vampire and werewolves, my secondary. I am not super familiar with mage. I know enough to get by, but that's why we're covering the lore for mage. Mags here knows way more. I keep having to ask him questions.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. I know Mage inside and out. I can honestly say Mage is my favorite game. Once you play it and you understand it, it's hard for me to go back and play Vampire because it just feels so stunted.
Not me. But, you know, teach their own. I like the genre.
Yeah, of course.
And maybe, yeah, the genius does take you along a certain path that has steps, and you sometimes fall into maybe a sort of trance-like state, or like an introverted phase where you try to attain a greater level of power. But that's not the same thing as what superstitionists call arete. It's simply the amount of enlightenment that you are, and the more enlightenment that you are, the more you happen to understand reality and how to, you know, change it around because you're enlightened. But that doesn't mean that technocrats are the same as mages. In fact, that's really an unmutual thing of you to say right there, my friend. You should stop saying that, or I might have to report you to our supervisor, you know, for your own good. So if you haven't caught on yet, technocrats are in fact, like mechanically speaking on a meta level, but also in-universe mages. They are humans that have attained the understanding that reality is a fundamentally malleable illusion. And the deeper their understanding of that fact, the more adept they become at shaping the malleable aspects of that illusion. Except, of course, that this is the precise point where tradition mages and technocrats diverge. Technocrats may not call it magic, but they do use magic, and they do it responsibly. Because they believe that breaking the laws of nature is reality deviance, and reality deviance is evil. But let's start at the beginning, eh? Reality, the, you know, thing that you perceive around yourself, is shaped by consensus. We went over this in my original Mage video, but basically consensus is a complex set of rules that describes the things that the people who are in a certain area believe to be possible. And what people believe to be possible is not the same everywhere. Not just different cultures and large geographic regions have different beliefs about reality. Where you are within your own city, things might just feel different there. Receiving actionable information on how the future of a given person might play out from like a crystal ball, that might not work in a high-tech computer
about
lab,
the game 3 years ago, Mage is also your favorite?
Teller? Conversely,
well, there you
calculating
go.
The probability
Which is your
events might
your favorite
be
tradition?
With that kind of computer
What's your go-to
power.
tradition?
If you've ever been in like a high-tech computer lab, sometimes you feel that things
I mean,
are more
personally,
advanced here than they are just outside the door. Whereas with a crystal ball, of course you can't do that kind of shit. It's a crystal ball. Both of these effects are
the
magic,
cult of
and they
ecstasy
are
is pretty much
also
my
the
favorite.
same effect. They're a time, maybe an entropy effect. They just achieve two different means based on the places that they are in and the consensus that is dominant in those places. An awakened individual can defy consensus and manifest whatever they wanted to manifest anyway, but it is always easier to work with consensus than against it. And so, ever since the very beginning of magic, mages have tried to shape their local consensus to suit their preferences, and to stymie the attempts of any mages that might disagree with their particular worldview. Thus, for thousands of years, reality was a patchwork where different things were true in different parts of the world. 1,000 years ago, there really were portals to the fairy realms all over Ireland. Mayan blood sacrifices to gods really did make for a better maize crop. And following the advice of an onmyoji to, like, rearrange the way your bed stands in your bedroom would truly have changed your fortunes in Heian period Japan. There were also basilisks,
virtual
dragons,
adepts. Love the thought of fighting a computer virus face to face.
Jalen really did meet giants in Patagonia. And all that actually...
Computer's not working, I'm gonna go in there, I will punch whatever's causing a problem in the face. Yeah, I gotta admit, I can relate to that.
Go outside the house and like see some sort of beautiful woman,
damn it, I'm
and
gonna
then she
beat you again.
transforms into a giant spider and eats me? Having some fucking demonic spirit sit on my chest at night and just torture me? Having my actual little head explode because I heard a weird cry in the woods. It's not a good time, it's just not good to be in an existence that is like this. And I'm not even at the part where some like wizard cuts me up for parts because he's trying to make his dick bigger. Let's face it, for most of history, for most people, reality has been kind of a raw deal. And throughout all of that history, there have been some among the awakened magical population who have thought to themselves, hang on a second, what the fuck are we, like, doing? Like, really, from an ethical perspective, what are we doing manipulating all these people to, like, as treating them as tools to make things for our own personal
Basically the same thing other humans are already doing.
Patting ourselves on the back for how well we're protecting them from the monsters that we make them believe in. The world should be predictable to most people. Like, it shouldn't just be that you, because you're awakened, you can use that power to dominate everything. That's fucked up.
Why not?
Being awakened doesn't, like, entitle you to take advantage of everyone who isn't. That line of thinking is what led to the technocracy as we know it today. The purpose of the technocracy is to basically be the antithesis to
like
the
so many
world of
other
darkness.
things, they seem like good ideas at the time, and they evolved into something completely different later on.
In this setting, where supernatural horrors lurk behind every street corner, the technocracy's mission is to protect people from these dangers and to create a stable, globalized society where regular people can lead good lives without having to worry about vampires, witches, and spirits. And to do this, they must create a unified, worldwide consensus, one where all the rules are the same everywhere. And those rules need to be based in science, reason, not any arbitrary bullshit, so everyone can access the achievements of enlightened science. At that point, is it really magic at all anymore? And in order to achieve this, the world must be cleansed of reality deviance, so that one day, when the technocratic mission is fulfilled, all the world can live in a perfect...
It will never be fulfilled.
When I refer to the title of the game that we're playing, Mage the Ascension, this is the Ascension bit we're talking about. That's the Ascension Wars aspect, the disagreements on how Ascension is to be achieved. The traditions say that Ascension is every mage's personal journey to godhood. And quite frankly, because in theory anyone can become enlightened, anyone can awaken as a mage, it's fair. Well, I mean, unless you're like a vampire or some other creature that has suffered Gilgul and has been utterly, divorced from its own avatar. The technocracy, on the other hand, says that ascension, without taking the rest of humanity along for the ride, is actually selfish and, like, pointless. If
you mean like most of humanity?
Technocracy, more like tech-yescracy, these guys do sound like they're actually the good guys. You just keep on listening. The simplified story of how technocracy was founded is that it came out of the Order of Reason, which was already an organization made up of several other organizations that was formed around the 14th century. One of the organizations that made up the Order of Reason, by the way, used to be the Inquisition, the people people used to burn witches at the stake. Although the other half of the Inquisition was made of mages of the Celestial Chorus, who just wanted to get rid of their rivals. The modern Technocratic Union was formed when several high-ranking members of the Order of Reason, among other organizations with similar ideological goals, approached Queen Victoria herself with their vision of a unified world free from the dangers of the supernatural, where common people could live in peace.
Why does it sound like an episode of Doctor Who?
Thanks to all the marvels that technology would continue to deliver. And Queen Victoria said, yeah, cool, bruh, I got a whole police force that's already kind of doing a lot of that. And also, my husband used to be one of you. Like, what the fuck did you think I didn't know about all this shit? So my guys are gonna hook up with your
the normal
guys.
pills,
This is, like,
citizen.
not really a request. I'm the most powerful person on the
No
planet
names,
right now.
no
I got
names in
sunlight
on it.
on my
I'm glad
empire
to
right
have
now.
a
What are you
chatter
gonna fucking do,
that's
say
down
no,
with the world
you
of
little
darkness.
bitch-ass motherfuckers? And then the great old men said, chill, bitch. We weren't gonna say no. That fucking rules. That's a great idea. Let's do it. It was in Victorian times.
Chill, bitch.
So people used to talk different back then. And don't worry, I do this joke
That's my
every time
favorite
that I
bit.
do
It's like,
it, and it
was in
is
Victorian
never
times
funny.
and people
Thus,
talked
the
different.
Technocratic Union was born. It's a very Eurocentric way of telling the story, but it is, like, not wrong. The technocracy as such was founded in London. But it was also built on the work and paradigms of various
hit marks are just
scientifically minded
Cybermen.
mages that existed throughout different
To an extent,
cultures throughout history. And as it sort of, went on ahead to take control of the whole world, cabals of those mages distributed all over the world would join them. Often, not necessarily voluntarily, if you catch my drift, because maybe they had very different ideas of what science actually should fucking be. Because, yeah, the technocracy was, like, extremely, colonialist and culturally supremacist. As one would have to be, I suppose, to, like, go ahead and say, look, I know the one way that reality should be that would work best for everyone that could possibly exist anywhere in the world. Technocracy used to be really fucking racist. Like, they
A little bit.
bring along their ideology of secularism alongside colonizers in an effort to create a truly unified reality that would work for everyone. They upended the realities that hundreds of millions of people knew and were comfortable with and replaced them with a reality that was alien to those people. This was reflected in their organizational structure as well, where by and large affluent Europeans were in charge, with a few notable exceptions. It wasn't as sexist as you might expect, because not only was the main founder of the organization a woman, it's also like the fact that women are just as likely to achieve enlightenment and awakening as mages, as men, has been a begrudgingly
As mages, they're totally different. Mages and women
forever. Still was kind of sexist though. And on fairness, like, this is none of these things were things that didn't also happen in the tradition.
It was funny.
Like, it's not like, the colonialist technocracy. No, the Hermetics have their own history of genocide. But in recent decades, the technocracy has begun to understand that it actually turns out to be a huge waste of, like, operatives and allies and intelligence to discriminate systemically against people with different ethnicities or different, sexual or gender orientations. It may only really have been the dimensional anomaly that allowed the technocracy to actually restructure itself to being a lot less wasteful and embracing people that were different and not just deeply conformist. Because people who have different perspectives and different skill sets, actually, they're very good at, like, contributing to the kind of complex problems that the technocracy tackles all the time. So they provide shit like no questions asked, full hypertech, gender-affirming surgeries, whether you fall into any kind of, like, binary, non-binary matrix, whatever. Although, of course, if you go hog wild and, like, come up with some new sex organs and have those installed on you, the technocracy can do it, but it's gonna be a problem for you, because consensus is not gonna like it, just as if you walked around town with, like, a cyber cybernetic arm that can shoot laser beams. This recent
Oh, yeah.
liberalization, by the way,
do it.
does not in any way mean that they are ready to embrace reality deviants, though. They are pretty rigid about that, and if anything, this whole change has made them a bit more self-righteous. But hang on, Burger, you said dimensional anomaly. What is that? Like, you can't just gloss over that. Yeah, so here's where things get a little more complicated on a meta level. The dimensional anomaly, known to tradition mages as the
I would
Avatar
love
Storm,
to
is
game
sort
with
of
this
a
guy. I bet I would
magical
just sit there and
hurricane
listen to him
that is,
talk, and
you know,
he would crack my ass
raging
up.
in the folds of
It's hilarious.
between the real world and like the outer dimensional realms. Oversimplifying it massively, it's a storm that is raging within your walls and also your
In
doorframe. And also kind of
1999,
outside of it, in the Umbra realms, all the different kinds of Umbra realms that exist, but very inconsistently there. Basically, a bunch of shit in the Umbra has been
I graduated high school in
and it's become very
1999.
difficult to access a lot of the
God,
parallel
I'm old.
dimensions that the mage setting relies on. And it came about like this. In 1999, Xerxes Jones, which is a killer name, to be honest, a
Xerxes
technocrat, void
Jones.
engineer, member of the Orphic
That's a hell of a
Circle,
name.
which is
I do
an
like it.
organization made up of vampires, wraiths, and mages that are trying to figure out the true nature of death, pulled a lot of strings in order to be able to build a nuclear bomb that would be a nuclear bomb that functioned like a nuclear bomb in the underworld. He wanted to see how it would affect the Tempest,
He wanted to blow
which is
up
like
Oblivion.
an ever-present margarine version of the dimensional anomaly that rages in the underworld. But also maybe he was trying to like blow up Oblivion, who like nobody really knows this for sure. Meanwhile, the Smiling Lord of the Grim Legion, whom you can find more about if you watch my video on Wraith the Oblivion, set off 2 nuclear bombs of its own, Fat Man and Little Boy of Nagasaki and Hiroshima fame, over the city of Enoch, which is the city where all vampires originally came from. It doesn't exist anymore, therefore it has sunk to like the bottom of the underworld, and it's kind of been pissing off the Stygian hierarchy for a long time. Those detonations then set off Xerxes Jones' bomb long before he was at the spot that he wanted to be at. Meanwhile, on Earth, specifically in northern India,
How about
a
we
number
just
of
don't
powerful
fuck with
Quajian,
bombs?
which are sort of vampire equivalents that are not actually vampires, they're a different kind of undead that dominate the Far East, were doing battle with Zapatasura, the antediluvian ancestor of the Ravnos vampire clan. There were also like other vampires and tradition mages involved. That's like a footnote at this particular point in time. Why were they doing battle? Well, there was a war between the Ravnos vampires and the Quajian in India, India being like one of the very central parts of the world, geopolitically speaking, and historically, it's always been a sort of clashing ground. But because the Quajian couldn't reproduce en masse, the Ravnos thought to themselves that they could win this battle by themselves mass-embracing young vampires.
Everyone.
Which then proceeded to
Everyone.
die in droves, which sent sort of psychic
like the
shockwaves
Sabbat.
of pain through the generational bloodline
Embracing
of the
cannon fodder?
Ravnos. All the way up to the creator of the clan, Zapatasura, who was laying in torpor in that region, and he woke up from that. This guy is basically a god. Like, he is unbelievably powerful. And if you want to find out more about him, and those like him, you can check out my video on Vampire the Masquerade. The technocracy saw this situation and assessed it as a massive threat to humanity and the safety of human lives, on account of that is exactly how you should describe this situation. I can think of no better way of describing
really
it. So
bad.
they used like neutron bombs, which is sort of magical nukes, to weaken Zapatasura and also the Quajian who happened to be there. Who were in their own right
I can never wrap my head around how they cover this shit up.
Him with a big laser
Magic.
beam of concentrated
They
sunlight
use
that they
magic.
created by realigning
You saw
the
nothing.
orbital
It was
mirrors that
swamp
they
gas.
had. In other words, the technocracy
Well, you'll learn
was
about
kind of a little bit
the New World
distracted.
Order. They actually
These
control
three
the
events
media.
coincided.
Well,
and
there's
because
that too,
they all
then.
happened at the same time, led like a line of causality and
I mean,
space
shit,
opened
vampires
between
cover
them,
up masquerade
and the immense
breaches.
energy released by these things.
Everybody's
created
got some
the
way to say,
dimensional
"You saw
anomaly."
nothing."
Known in the underworld.
I
as
bet the technocracy have those fucking Men in Black
arguably the
flashy
strongest
things.
of them all. It
Oh, yeah,
also
that's just a Mind 2
sort of
effect.
cracked open the vaults of hell and let demons out, but
It's like, Flash, you saw nothing. Nothing happened here.
An event that shook the entire supernatural world to its core. It really fundamentally shook up all of the powerful magical institutions. And most of all, it shook up the technocracy, upended it, really. Except, and this is crucial, for the fact that it's not clear whether or not the dimensional anomaly happened at all. By which I mean the dimensional anomaly definitely did or didn't occur in your given chronicle in a certain way or other. But whether or not it happened, how exactly it happened, what it entailed, whether it's still happening, that's not actually definitively defined within World of Darkness lore. If you read the Mage 20th anniversary books, you will find that there's a lot of sidebars that talk about, oh, this is how this situation would have played out if the dimensional anomaly had happened, and this is how it would have played out if it had not happened, and then various other qualifications. And all of the books offer various different scenarios and ideas that you can pick. Or, of course, as always, you could make up your own. There's a whole ass plotline where the technocracy has been infiltrated by Nefandi, which are like, oh, I hate the world and everything is bad, so I want to destroy everything because I'm so fucking edgy type wizards. And that's entirely optional as well.
Nefandi are the fucking edgelords.
About pen and paper games in general, but also about World of Darkness in particular. No matter how much a lot of people would like to make you believe otherwise, there is no such thing as the World of Darkness. There is only your
Voices like
world
this.
of darkness.
Oh, yeah.
With the sheer amount of contradictions and retcons that exist in the setting.
That, you see, that's the problem
the same
that I have with certain people.
Game and like
playing with certain people, because they're like, this is lore, this is canon, and I'm like, but it's not my World of Darkness.
Right.
My World of Darkness is different, and you know, it's certain people we've both mutually gamed with, and it's kind of like, no, I don't care about what that canon is. I'm doing my own shit.
Right. I'm altering it to fit my story, and all storytellers should be allowed to. Don't get me wrong, I like the canon. I like reading the canon. I think it's very interesting, and it can be useful for plotline details.
Yeah, of course.
But, you know, you don't have to follow it. Be like, everything is true, except for this part. This part I'm changing for this.
Yeah.
I mean, we played a Dark Ages game where we shaped the future, so Modern Knights was shaped by our own history when we did a time skip.
Nice.
So, I mean, I think it's done really well. If you've got a good storyteller and you know what you're doing, I think it's great. We totally fucked up the Convention of Thorns. Oh, we fucked it up so bad. There was dicks all over the table.
5th edition, they're retconning pretty much everything. You kind of have to make up the world for yourself, and you are free to do that as you please. Whoever is developing World of Darkness cannot actually tell you how the lore is supposed to be for real. I would love to be able to present to you the real objective World of Darkness, but I can't. I can only show you my own, which is kind of what I'm doing. Personally, I like the middle-of-the-road approach.
Reject your reality and replace it with my own.
It did cause an immense amount of havoc, and it did leave permanent scars on the walls of the world. But at this point, it has pretty much subsided, which of course doesn't mean that it's easy to cross the veil between worlds. It never has been. But if you prefer a different scenario, go ahead and use it. This goes so far that if you're like a vampire player sitting in front of your computer, on your couch, on the toilet, in your truck, wherever, thinking, hang on, there is a what? And it has access to what? Jesus Christ, the Second Inquisition is the least of our problems. You can run a Vampire the Masquerade Chronicle where the technocracy doesn't exist. Or witches at all. Or ghosts, or werewolves, or fairies. Or where they do exist, but they work differently. You ought to communicate this, especially if it's going to become relevant, or if you have, you know, people who are experts on World of Darkness laws. Like, by the way,
I played in a couple mixed genre games, and if they're written well and you've got a good storyteller, they run really well. The problem is, if you're going to keep the lore and the canon, you have to really find a way for these characters to unite under a single banner.
Yeah, for me, I've always found it works best if you declare up front, like, hey, this is a mixed game. We're allowing this and this. The problem has always arisen when somebody shows up randomly and be like, hey, I want to play a Rokea, or hey, I want to play a Cathayan, just randomly without any
we
sort
played,
of like juxtaposition at all.
We did all of we did the main ones. We did vampire, werewolf, mage, and fae. Left mummies out. We had hunters for a little while before they realized how broken they were. I was one of the hunters. I was in the game for years as a hunter. Not the orange book of imbued. I was the red book of fucking. We called it the red book of cheese.
I mean, they weren't that bad. I still have that book somewhere.
The Numine hunters, like you know how like for instance, like clans have clan benefits. Well, they have hunter factions that have hunter benefits, and if you're a solo hunter, if you're an independent hunter, you got like 12 freebies to spend just for your extended training and being a solo. I was like, oh, this is gonna be fun, and I would buy shit like the merit unbondable and the merit kinfolk, so I could ghoul myself with vampire blood from the vampires I was dealing with and not be bonded to them, and also have access to some guru shit. So like people would auspex me and they're like, what are you? I'm like, I'm complicated. But yeah, mixed genre games are fun. When they finally decided to get rid of the Red Book Hunter, they didn't want to like off me or do anything. They wanted, they didn't want to script it. They wanted to make it an in-game thing, and they made sure I was okay with it first. So I got to be honest, it was fair. So I said, yeah, this will be fine. And this was a very big game that had been running for years. It started as a con game, and people were allowed to continue playing online. They had an online mush for continuing to role play and do scenes on. So you had people from all over, like the U.S. and some further, continuing to play this game for years and years. So when it was announced that the Sabbat had put a hit on my head that they wanted me embraced and brought into their fold, oh my god, the scenes, it was like everyone was out to get me. People had already tried to get me before, but this was like, oh, now there's a bounty? Fuck yeah. And it had some of the funniest fucking scenes. Like, oh shit, I forgot he could throw fire, because I had pyrokinesis. But they forgot about the power I always save as my trump card, which was psychoportation.
Psychoportation's good.
I saved it for those I need to get the fuck out of here right goddamn now. So yeah, I would throw down with people and blah blah blah, and they'd barely ever see me use it, so people would forget that I had it, and they're like, "Oh god damn it!" You know how they finally got me? Somebody used their head. Somebody finally got me. Sounds awesome. Yes, no name. It was fun. It was. They baited me. They basically put an innocent at risk, knowing that because of my sense of justice, I sacrificed myself to save the innocent. Somebody finally used their goddamn head. I was like, you got me, fuckers. Because it was looking like no one was ever going to get me. But it was fun. We had, like I said, we had mages and stuff like that, and there were different factions. There were good guys and bad guys even. Like, we're forced to work together, but we don't want to be close to you type people, you know? Like, the Sabbat and the Guru still didn't get along even though we were forced to work together and stuff like that. So, it was fun. I kind of missed that game. That character got... we ended that game in 2000 and... I'm trying to think. 2016, I think. And it first started in 2003, so 14 years. I had a day one character that was 14 years old. That's how broken that character was. I ran out of ideas for things to buy. I had belly dancing of 5. Well,
Nice.
dancing specialized in belly dancing. And it made for a funny scene, too. I was helping Guru with a rite of cleansing, and I was doing the dance. And I was like, I'm using my specialization in belly dancing. And then the fucking Pack Alpha comes walking in, and is like, what the fuck am I looking at? So, yeah, interesting shit. Not the worst enemy of any hunter, yeah.
This might
Yeah,
become
being a
relevant,
good
but
guy.
it's not
People forget
the
that. Like, the
case.
Sabbat had no
However, I do
idea how to
encourage
deal
you
with a good
not to
guy.
Get rid of the technocracy in your world simply because it seems like an overwhelming threat. Even if you are in fact worried that because vampires are very much reality deviants, the technocracy is going to show up and make short work of them, that's just because the technocracy is very good at its job. Most vampires don't know it exists at all, and the very few who do are probably worried about this exact scenario. But you might have noticed that it hasn't happened. It's all fine, they're not going to send a hit mark into Elysium when all the Primogen are there. Because not only are vampires pretty low priority when it comes to threats
they're very
to
low
humanity,
priority.
the technocracy also prefers to be subtle in the way it operates, making as little noise as possible.
I've dealt with hit marks, but then again, that could be up to storytellers.
For real human looking.
I fucking hate hit marks. Oh my god.
Through a minivan like it's made out of paper mache.
I got permission to play one in a game once. I almost took it. Almost. I was so close.
That is a real official canon thing that exists in the world of darkness. You'd need like a jacked up, battle-hardened elder to go toe-to-toe with one of these things. Except, of course, for an operation like that, the technocracy would utilize at least 3 hit marks alongside a contingent of field agents, battle-hardened themselves, of course, equipped with plasma cannons that simulate coronal mass ejections from the sun. But they won't do
Okay, that, like, my biggest problem with hit marks, and what a lot of people don't think about, is it's not that you beat a hit mark. It's like, oh yay, good for you. The problem is if they come back, because then you can't beat them the same way again.
Yeah.
Oh, did you kill it with fire? Well, now it's immune to fire. Enjoy that. Every time you beat them, they come back stronger. And it was like, god damn it, fuck.
Well, that's not entirely true.
Well,
It's
I mean, that was the way my ST would run it to fuck with us. And that was how he dealt with power gamers, was the hit marks. Yeah, you beat one. Good for you. Here comes another one. How did you beat it last time? Okay. I'm like, god damn it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it would all depends on what procedures that it has, like, installed. Because procedures are what technocracy calls rotes. They don't call them, like, rotes. They call them procedures.
Yeah, it was, most of my STs use the same thing, adapts to it, yeah. That was how they dealt with power gamers and these cheesy motherfuckers. Oh, you guys beat him pretty easily. Good job. Better hope they don't come back. That was how they fucked with us. And we all knew. We all knew the storytellers in our area. If you saw one hit mark, that's not the last time you're going to see them.
Because it's loud and expensive, and also because it wouldn't really solve anything. Vampires are affected by senses, which
did you hear that?
They're
Did
not
you hear
real,
that?
and that's
No.
Go back like maybe 20 seconds.
Okay. I gotta move the finger a tiny bit.
You can just press back on the arrow key.
I didn't think about that.
Places that make a housefly look slow and ponderous. That is a real official canon thing that exists in the world of darkness.
That's a bit too
You'd
far.
need like a jacked up, battle-hardened elder to go toe-to-toe with one of these things. Except, of course, for an operation like that, the technocracy would utilize at least 3 hit marks alongside a contingent of field agents, battle-hardened themselves.
Okay, it's after this
with
part.
Plasma cannons that simulate coronal mass ejections from the sun. But they won't do that because it's loud and expensive, and also because it wouldn't really solve anything. Vampires are affected by consensus, which believes that they're not real, and that's made life a lot harder for them in recent centuries. But, and technocrats hate him, Cain isn't just a story, or, whoever is the thing that cursed Cain to become the first vampire. There exists a reality beyond consensus, and, mages go there physically from time to time. And vampires, alongside with werewolves and fairies and all manner of spirits and ghosts, are the consequence of things that exist anchored outside of consensus within the objective reality beyond consensus. Very irritatingly, for all kinds of mages, they get like their own mini consensus that protects them from paradox backlash for doing shit that is objectively impossible. Consensus.
Ah, that's magical. All right,
Yeah.
I got a story for you. It was in the same mixed genre game.
Okay.
They were running a plot with Excalibur and Caliban. I believe that was the name. It was like supposed to be Excalibur's like sister sword, right? And they were trying to come together, and by coming together, they were causing different people to link like psychically. And it was always random, and I think the ST was like secretly like rolling a dice and seeing who paired up with each other. And I got paired up with a Ravno. And the thing was, she had eidetic memory. Now, I was a combat, and she was very squishy. She was non-combat. And I had gotten into a fight. We were breaking into a technocracy base to rescue kinfolk. And this is where things got bad. We were doing so well, and they finally landed a hit on me with a fucking black hole gun. Now, again, I said I was a day one character, so I was broken. They had to bring the broken around as well. So when they hit me, and I threw every retest I could think of, and I was like, yeah, they got me. Fuck. And so they're like, you feel like you're being torn apart on the cellular level in a black hole, right? So the one linked to me, the Ravno with eidetic memory, also felt the same thing. Now,
Oh yeah, I think you told me that before. Yeah. Keep
now,
going.
the mage used time to rewind time and save my ass. Thank fuck. They took the paradox. They're like, okay, but he's alive because I was the most powerful one in the group, and if I died, they were all fucked. So that wasn't the beauty thing. It was the fact that it happened to me and I lived. And she now had this memory. She later used it as her horrid reality. She's like, you feel
Nice.
what it's like being torn apart on the cellular level by a black hole. Yes, I have experienced it, and I have eidetic memory. And the storyteller was like, oh shit, I didn't think of that. Fuck. So yeah, that was beautiful. She was so clever. I didn't even teach her to do that. I was like, oh, I'm so proud of you. Because I remember when she first started playing, she was young, like her parent had to sign her in to play, and now she's an adult and has, is married and shit. And now I'm like, you grew into your own. I'm so proud. It made me feel old. I'm like, I remember when you started playing as a kid. Damn, yeah, that's fucked up, right?
This is actually an extremely complex and multi-layered phenomenon, no matter how much technocracy propaganda would like you to believe otherwise. This is why, even if the technocracy entirely devoted themselves to destroying vampires, they wouldn't be able to do it. All they can do is limit the damage and focus their resources on dealing with much larger existential threats. Plus, they'd rather create a new resource, something to be utilized to pursue their own mission, rather than create a new enemy. This manipulation of assets outside the technocracy is what agents call attunement. And it can happen in many different ways. Flashing a badge, extending a helping hand, sowing conspiracy theories, making overt threats, paying someone money. It's crude, but it works. Think about this. What is the major social edict, like the main one in vampire society? The one rule that not just the Camarilla, but also the Anarchs and even the Sabbat that fundamentally disagrees with this idea, respect. It's the Masquerade. The thing that's literally in the title of the game. Make sure humans don't know we exist. You think this is an accident? If so, it happens to be a very convenient one. The technocracy is, of course, highly suspicious of vampires, but they do not as such currently consider them a major threat to consensus. Some of them even quite like them precisely because they have the good sense to clean up their own messes. If the Camarilla stopped being the predominant vampiric society, that would be a problem for the technocracy. So they can pull strings, they can move things around a little bit. And look, whenever there is like vampires that do really step out of line, the situation can't be contained even by the Camarilla. There's always the Second Inquisition, not nowadays in the new law. But also, you know, why not? And part
Imagine
of the Second
that. No name. Hold on.
The technocracy.
Imagine the technocracy attempts to exterminate vampires, and it ends up making them spontaneously or exponentially more powerful. That'd be a big fucking oops.
Yeah,
like, how would the technocracy fuck up that bad?
What I would do in that situation, because they're essentially a universal constant, would basically be if vampires as a concept was to be destroyed from reality, then I would introduce something worse like the Strix. I think the Strix are much more terrifying than vampires.
Well, yeah, I could see that as if, like, there's a balance. And they're like, we figured out a way to get rid of the vampires. Okay, vampires are gone. Now they're this. Almost like a genie misinterpreting your wish. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no more vampires, but now you have these to deal with. Enjoy!
Yeah. That's how I would handle it personally, myself. But
yeah.
It'd still be cool.
The universe balancing itself. Like, you got rid of one thing, well, now there's a void. We fill it with this.
Other parts of the Second Inquisition, technocracy probably doesn't like because those are also reality deviants. Seriously, hunters give the technocracy big cluster headaches. It is much easier to just sit back, not necessarily relax, do other things instead, and just keep an eye out on vampire society. And maybe then when something like Zapatasura Awakening happens, you step in and do something. Shit, the technocracy even will work with vampires, even other mages who are reality deviants.
Yeah, I'm glad you like No Name.
If it doesn't interfere with their mission, and they think
I love talking World of Darkness. I think we should make that a regular thing.
Like it, of course, so you'll have to keep your fingers crossed and pray that they don't argue with the results, which I just incidentally keeping your fingers crossed and praying for a certain outcome is also reality deviance.
I mean, I finally got Bloodlines 2, so I really got to start playing that. I think I'll stream it tomorrow.
Don't even know
what
they're dealing with, that they're dealing with the technocracy.
I know I'm probably going to hate it.
Acting unnoticed, getting in and out without a trace, cleaning up messes and never making any of your own, that's like half the training program of the technocracy. They need to be subtle, always intelligence focused, learning everything there is to know about a target before taking precise surgical action where they can control as many factors as possible.
That's why
you believe how often sickening.
Yeah. That's why I get really fucking pissed off when I hear about storytellers being like, oh, we'll just send a hit mark and we'll just do this, we'll just do that. It's like, that's not the way the technocracy works. They're very analytical. They will not send in their forces, especially like vulgarly like that, unless they know 100% they have the upper hand.
Well, I think people, storytellers, don't plan on running the technocracy, and hit marks are just a good way to thug it or give people a way to have a enemy to fight. I think some people just don't look too far into it, or they've heard a little bit about it and didn't do much more research than that, and just decided to, here, we're going to throw this at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that also becomes part of my problem. But, I digress.
But, again, you said, storyteller has final say, so I'm like, well, this is what they are in my world.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I just think it's speaking as a storyteller myself, it's very much in bad taste. Like, if I was to suddenly throw in, I'll be like, oh, well, you guys are now getting attacked by this thing. Oh, well, what is it? It's a werewolf. Oh, so it's allergic to silver. No, it's not, because of this and that and whatever. And it's like, well, then it's not a werewolf. It's something else. I mean, don't call it what it is when it's not that. I think it's a big disservice because it creates improper recognition of something that normal players wouldn't understand. So, for example, somebody who doesn't know anything about hit marks or even mage alone will now suddenly get the impression, oh, well, this is how you deal with them, and it's completely like wrong. Like it's like, no, that's not what they're all about.
That initially for a long time, that's what I thought they were, because that's how I encountered them. Was hit marks were the thugs. What are hit marks? Where did they come from?
Yeah, exactly.
I think if the game is not focused on the technocracy, it's just something that happens in the background or some side quest that should be over quickly. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Now, if you're making it a major part of plot and you're going canon all the way, then you should really play the technocracy as canon.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that's just my opinion. So.
Yeah, especially for me, because it's kind of like if you're introducing an aspect of it. I mean, because I can't speak for you, of course, but I'm pretty sure, like, when you're a new player coming into it, you're like, oh, what was that? I want to read up on that. So you're going to spend the whole next week or weekend before game doing your research, learning what the fuck that was, because you don't want to be fucked over by it.
Oh, wait. No Name says, it's not a werewolf, it's a metamorphosis lupinos.
That's a good one, man. That's a good one.
I played Samedi, and they let me use, you know how they have the unofficial Samedi clan book because they never made an official one? Well, there was a merit in there that the storyteller let me take, which was removable limbs. It was basically like, lizard limbs for Nosferatu, but instead of like growing back, you just reattach. So he let me take that, and then I had a couple other necromantic rituals I got a hold of, like old ones, like Cappadocian type stuff, like
nice.
Resume the Coil, and what was the other one? There's another one I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's supposed to make you more like a zombie than a vampire, so you're immune to a lot of normal vampire weaknesses, right? So I let a guy, he thought he was so clever, which I don't get why. He thought, he said, I could turn you into a mummy. And I was like, sure, let's see you turn me into a mummy. And he went and fucking put me into torpor, removed my internal organs and stuff, and put them in jars and shit like that.
Okay.
And then, just to get rid of me, he dropped me in the Umbra. Now, I used the ritual Resume the Coil, which it says it automatically brings you out of torpor at 1 blood point. And then I used Step Through the Shroud to step out of the Umbra into the Shroud, and then from the Shroud back into the real world. And then I fed and replaced all my organs with their organs.
Impressive.
So now I come back the next week. He thinks he killed my character because there's no way I could come back from that. And I wrapped myself in toilet paper and was like, I'm a powerful man! He's like, what the fuck? And he was upset. He kept going to the storyteller. How? He should be dead. How? And the storyteller couldn't tell him, because it's not his place to tell other players what's on my sheet. But he's like, it is legit. He did survive. So it was funny as shit. Afterwards, I explained it, and they're like, that's fucking ridiculous. I was like, yeah, read the fucking stuff. Just because I prepared, you didn't. What, you thought I was going to let you do that shit and just lay there without a backup plan? You sound dumber than I.
Inquisition activity is actually just some NWO black suit who got careless. The majority of the operations that the technocracy undertakes are in fact focused on convincing the general public that no, there are not, in fact, monsters hiding in the night. Which can be surprisingly difficult when there's, like, claw monsters and fang monsters and tentacle monsters pushing themselves through the rips of reality in the age where everyone has a camera on them at all times. Several cameras even. Look, this one, it has 2 cameras. Why does it need 2 cameras? It has another one in the front. Why does it need that? Because we can do it. We're very good at this technology now. But it is, of course, essential to keep people in the dark about this, because if they found out the truth, it would completely upend the technocracy's mission of creating a safe, one-size-fits-all consensus. A lot of monsters have disappeared because people stopped believing in them. The process of creating this unified global consensus is called terranorming, and it is actually immensely complex as an operation.
As opposed to
you see, the
terraforming?
technocracy doesn't just get to dictate reality. They don't just say, this is what it is, and then everyone believes it. It subtly manipulates what the masses believe because it is essential that they actually believe it. Can't just be something that they heard the authorities say. They need to believe in that authority. It is a delicate art of Overton window manipulation. And the easiest way to get people to buy into their vision is, of course, to make that vision be something that people respond to positively. Something that they can gain something out of. Contrary to popular adage, the masses are not actually stupid, and they're actually quite astute at noticing when the situation at large is not really set up in a way that is particularly beneficial to them. It is entirely within their power to reject the reality that the technocracy has manufactured for them. One of the places where this is tremendously illustrated is actually currently post-revolutionary Mongolia, where the technocracy has kind of the grip has slipped, let's just say. A lot of people have gotten back to believing in old or sometimes even new world views. So there's a lot of superstitionism, a lot of tradition mages being rather powerful out there.
I'm curious about a concept then. If a lot of this is based on belief and shit like that, I get why modern knights they wouldn't be around, but what about gods?
Well, you see, gods have always existed. They exist in the Deep Umbra.
Okay.
The thing is, they've never disappeared. People just stopped believing in them. But since gods are gods, they're all powerful. They just moved essentially to their own dimension or their own plane away from humanity.
I'm wondering how they would tackle that with like the current goings on. A lot of older religions and beliefs are coming back.
Yep. You see, like, you know, I won't speak on like any like real world stuff or whatever, but there is a certain belief of people that think that the reason why that's happening is I'm going to try to put it in game terms for lack of a better word. That the voice of the one, which if you remember, the one is what the celestial force believe in, is basically gone silent. So since that voice has gone silent, it's allowing these older gods that existed before or maybe at the same time, depending on how you believe, to basically call back through the void to their followers or to their avatars of these followers that have been reincarnated through the ages. And that's why you're starting to see like neo-paganism, for example, starting to take root with more and more people.
That's interesting. I would definitely like to run that as a plot. I think that'd be a great plot for a game.
Yeah, I could tell you plot stories. Anyways, okay.
Yes, no name. Spirits in the Umbra. Yep. God, I used to love whenever that was one of my favorite things, like adventures into the deep Umbra and the wild shit we'd find.
To be fair,
you're gonna like the
places where the
void engineers then.
Technocracy is losing the battle against reality deviants. The main incentives that the technocracy has are, of course, safety from mostly things that they don't even want people to believe in, but still the abstract concept of safety from whatever ideas people have about danger that are, like, intrinsically tied to monsters. Living conditions, of course, everyone wants good living conditions. And tied to that, of course, the wonders of technology.
Just told me the age of man is coming to an end.
Of technology as a matter of focus before in my video
the
about,
technocracy, kill the
regular
tree.
mage, when we talked about the virtual adepts.
Do not ruin reality.
Ether, both of which are
The trees are
breakaway
deviant.
factions from the technocracy. But yeah, you can use technology to do pretty much anything that is unbelievable, which conversely also means that just because you're doing something through technology doesn't automatically make it believable. It will not inherently protect the caster from paradox because it is not inherently necessarily part of consensus, just because current consensus is, thanks to the technocracy, technology dominated. If I get a teleporter pad and put it out in the middle of the park and use it to beam myself to a space station, that shit don't fly. I mean, it also, even if it works, it don't fly. That's the point of it. You go up there without having to fly, you teleport. But the point is the reality police won't like it. And that is why, when the technocracy really needs to do that kind of thing, they do not do it in the middle of the park. Even though you might think intuitively that that would be a great way to demonstrate that that kind of technology exists. It isn't actually. It is way too on the nose to do terranorming with it. Nevertheless, we have all kinds of technological marvels and procedures that are commonplace today, and which would have been rejected as utterly impossible just a few decades ago. Introducing all that cannot simply be a matter of showing it off and hoping that people will believe what they just saw. The technocracy doesn't even just hand out new technology to the masses. They have already developed it, but what they will do is they will guide scientists and engineers who are sleepers, or at least extraordinary citizens, to its own discovery, which in turn requires astroturfing people's beliefs into the viability of that kind of thing. And though the consensus is supposed to be unified, globalized, and universal across the globe, and it may often seem like it is, it's not. Like, it really is not. Look, right, they're trying to there's a blanket around the world, and they're trying to iron it perfectly smooth, even though the blanket is made out of an infinite patchwork of materials, and sometimes it changes in size, it doesn't really fit the world even, and it has holes,
and also
too.
there's holes.
Quite frankly, they've done an impressive job thus far. But even within the technocracy itself, they don't agree on what the consensus should be. Especially nowadays that we have this diverse, globalized technocracy that is making the attempt at reconciling the problematic shit it has done in the past. Things are commonplace in parts of the technocracy that in other parts of the same technocracy would be considered blatant reality deviance. For instance, in America, you will get Hollywood physics at the outer stretches of the consensus membrane, where people they get shot, they keep on walking because they're just such tough guys. Dodging bullets, that's a thing they do. In East Asia, technocrats arrange their offices in accordance to the rules of feng shui and commune with their ancestors at the temple. And as a matter of fact, for the Union's self-proclaimed rational atheism, a lot of technocrats are very religious. Parts of the organization have deeply religious roots. Not to mention, there is an almost spiritual reverence for the laws that are known as the precepts of Damien, which are kind of like the 10 Commandments for anti-wizards. But no, the flowery language is just because the techno...
No Name says, and there's people actively sewing new patches into the blanket. Yeah.
Technocracy is kind of an old organization.
Let's add this in there. God damn it, we were so close.
There's something mystical about those words, because there is no such thing as something mystical. But instead of getting into all that, we should talk about how the technocracy is actually structured and how it works. Though often portrayed as the grand puppet masters that pull the strings of everything that happens, and there is some degree of truth to that, the technocracy does not actually control the world. For the most part, the strings that they do have often don't really work all that well. They nudge the world around and hope for the best. And not all of the many arms of the Technocratic Union know what the others are doing.
I mean, at what point do they just stop and go, this is a losing battle?
Well, the thing is, the reason why they won't is because they're... Okay, the reason why they don't is because their magic is working where other people's magic is failing. So it's like, even though we don't have control, we're still winning.
Okay.
Because, I mean, because a lot of their stuff doesn't incur paradox, because it's kind of like let's say, for the sake of argument, right? You see a guy in like a high tech, military, gear. They're out there like fighting on the field, or whatever. You see people with AR-15s, etc. And then you just see one of them like pull out what looks like a giant rocket launcher, just shoots a beam of whatever, and then like eviscerates the enemy tank. And you're like, oh shit, we have that technology already? Damn.
Yeah, it makes sense then.
Yeah, exactly. That's how terranorming works.
Yeah, No Name says, yeah, they're seeing results. I'm like, okay,
exactly.
All right, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
and you can't argue with results. Yeah, that's fair.
Well
That's
said.
fair.
much less are pushing.
It's
or
just
pulling
taking a little
in
longer
or
than they
from the same
expected, I'm
direction.
guessing.
The technocracy may appear like an all-powerful entity with infinite resources to an individual within it, but they operate
Most of the time.
globally. And by that, I don't just mean everywhere in the world, but everywhere off the world also. The moon, the Mars, the fucking underworld where ghosts live, parallel dimensions where unfathomable spirits sort of hang out, the Hollow Earth, or Hollow Earths plural, they're trying to get into that. The technocracy
Wonderful.
is everywhere. Expensive, and in a lot of places it has to be there quietly. Even more expensive. They have a Dyson sphere to maintain around Alpha Centauri. Although, you know, to be fair, rumor has it that they didn't actually build it. They just found it, which does reduce the upfront costs a little. Speaking of which, this video is sponsored, as always, by my Patreon patrons. This video format...
I think this is a good place to end for the night. We're at a 4-hour stream, but I'll probably watch the rest of this on my own.
Yeah, man, go for it.
Because I want to sit and really focus on it, because I want to learn more about the technocracy in depth. And honestly, he makes it entertaining, which makes it a lot easier to pay attention. When it's somebody just basically reading from a book and it's monotonous, it's like it's hard to pay attention. You miss a lot because you zone out. But he also gives listening because he's funny.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming, No Name. I hope to see you again in the future.
You should join the Nocturne server.
Yes, the Nocturne server. I have it posted on my Kick, and you can see the link on the bottom of my screen, Nocturne Discord. So that's where you can chat with us, other members of Nocturne. We have a vampire, Rosa. She is a Bruja.
Or so she claims.
So she claims. Yeah, like I said, we still got to get that silly straw to help her with feeding.
That should have been a fucking flaw in Vampire the Masquerade No Fangs.
I thought they had that. They had something. They have dull bite. That's what it was.
I think that's what to hit that. Yeah.
No, if you look in the meme section of the Nocturne Discord, I put a meme up just for Rosa. If you want to check it out real quick.
Nice. Yeah, I just saw it.
All right. Okay, let me... Ta-da! There we go. I'm getting used to things. I'm probably going to be playing Bloodlines 2 tomorrow night. It'll be my first time playing Bloodlines 2. I'm going to try to keep from playing it all day. Just because I'm interested in playing. I waited for it for so long. Development just made me more and more disappointed.
Yeah. Well, one thing I'll tell you is, does motion blur give you motion sickness?
I don't know. I know some things give me motion sickness. I'll have to experience it for myself and see how it goes.
Okay, because last time I played it, I have it on PS5. Just by the way, just FYI for everybody. There's no option on the PC to turn off motion blur. So if you are somebody that is sensitive to motion blur, I'm just giving everybody like a general PSA. Hopefully they fix it in the future, but as of right now, there was no way to turn off.
Oh, wonderful! No Name says Carthage sucks. Okay, I take it. Bloodlines 2. Good luck. What do you mean? Good luck. What was it that bad?
It's unoptimized for PC, so you might get a lot of and stuff.
Well,
but have fun.
I love Bloodlines 1. I still have the original disc in case it came in. Nice. I love that it's still being modded to this day. But, Bloodlines 2, at first, I was super hyped about it when they got the original creators in and all that shit. And then you hear that they got fired, and then it kept getting pushed back. And more, I was getting more and more disappointed. So I don't have high hopes for the game. But I have to play it because I loved Bloodlines 1 so much. I got to see what it's all about.
Yeah. For sure,
So-
man. For sure.
But at least I'm going into it with low expectations.
Yeah, if you go with low expectations, okay, I will say this, and I'm not trying to bash on nothing. It is a fine vampire game. That's all I'll say.
But it's not Bloodlines. It's not Bloodlines. I'm willing to
From
bet.
my perspective, yeah, it's not Bloodline. It's a fine vampire. If they would have called it like Seattle by Night, it would have been perfect. But the fact that they had to stick that moniker on it pisses me off.
Yeah. They like so many
that's a me
things. I was
problem.
like, you should have just named it something else. It's like movies I've seen, and people were like, but it was a good movie. I was like, yeah, well, it didn't have anything to do with the source material.
Exactly.
That you should just call it something else.
Basically.
If you're taking it from the source material, make it cover the source material. If you're going to make it something else, then call it something else. There's nothing wrong with calling it something else, but don't be surprised when people are upset because you didn't follow the source material. Those are the fans you're trying to attract, and if you upset them, then you just, ruined one of the goals there. Oh well.
All right. Anyways, yeah, we should wrap it up.
Oh wait,
It's been a minute.
They say it's called that because they were told to. Yeah, that makes
Yeah,
sense. They're trying to capitalize on the popularity of one. That's it.
No name. I don't think you were there a couple of streams back when I kind of like really went off on it. So I'll spare you the details, but yeah, I know exactly why they called it Bloodlines 2.
Yeah. I was excited at first, and one of my biggest salty features about this, and this is kind of personal to me, is my best friend, me and him, like, lived fucking World of Darkness and gaming, and we love Bloodlines so much. And me and him were so eager for this to come out, and he was getting ready to play it until they pushed it back. When they released that trailer and everyone was ready for it to come out, and then they pushed it back. Shortly after, he passed away suddenly. And I'm like, he would have gotten a chance to play it if they didn't fuck around.
Yep.
And that's kind of like my little salty point on Bloodlines 2. Is my personal take is, if they had just fucking let the original creators bring back that magic and stop being over their fucking shoulder the whole time, whatever. All right. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for coming, No Name. I want to give you a better name than No Name.
But he is the man or woman with no name.
They are the No Name. That's awful. Yeah. I have a lot of salty things with some of the stuff that went on, but yeah, he was so looking forward to that game, and he passed away very suddenly. It was a heart attack. His fiance called me. She said, he thought he was feeling sick, and he got up to go to the bathroom to try to make himself vomit, hoping to make himself feel better, and he collapsed in the doorway.
Oh, fuck.
And they said
That's terrible.
the ambulance said that there was nothing they could do. So, but yeah, he was so close to getting to play that game, and that happened. So, but I don't want to go into negatives. I get you. Gaming was a big part of our lives, so especially World of Darkness, and there's plenty of funny fucking stories. Like, his wife told us no gaming talk, and we were both sitting at dinner, and we were like bouncing, like vibrating, like wanting to talk gaming, and trying to avoid it. And she's like, "Just go ahead." All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming. Oh wait, great stream. How about Anonymous? Okay, I like that. Anonymous. I'll call him Anonymous. Anonymous. Have a good night, everybody. Peace out.
Bye.